Last time on the Ascension Campaign, you all made your way to the party for King Ko-Phagus for his 14th birthday. The party itself, simplistic and all that, many guests bringing extravagant gifts. Some were, you would say, more explosive than the others. The room going to lock down. Ascent charged you all with finding out who could have potentially done this, as all the gifts that were brought in were inspected beforehand. And the only way something could have been done is if it was tampered with while at the party itself. Through careful deduction and somewhat of sleuthing, a few red herrings were discovered. Jasper trying to hide a gold-covered statue, which most of the weight in itself was lead. A missing scroll from Heather's gifts of her scroll case. However, much suspicion led to Cameron O'Dara. However, in the end, it was Cameron's assistant who had laid the trap for the explosion to take out Ko and end the reign of this young monarch. Trissa snapped, saying that this was all Cameron's plot, his idea. Bursting onto the scene, she screamed out that she knew his dark secret and declared to the world that she was Claire Masgard. Shocked and stunned at this, Cameron stood there aghast. Trissa, however, in rage, attacked Cameron. The party trying to stop her, along with Worthington, Cameron's assistant, claiming that in previous conversation he was a good man. He did everything to protect the people of Elan, and struggled to gain control of the control bracers for a djinn that had been brought as a gift. Trissa, however, being thwarted by her allies and taken down by Heather Therese, not willingly, but painfully willingly, regretting hurting a friend. Trissa and Worthington are now being led away to a jail cell.
And just who is doing that?
That would be Roe and his men of the guard.
As they walk up to Trissa, I step in between them and say, no. She is ours. We deal with her.
Yeah, I mean, you can try to take her. I don't know how well that will go, but, don't.
We will be taking her. She has broken laws here within this kingdom, and we'll treat her as so. Now you can join her in a jail cell. She will be put on trial, just like everyone else.
Are you going to put her murderer on trial as well?
She's still alive, says Butha.
Not helping!
Well, if she's still alive, as you say, and I see her breathing right now. Then he kind of puts a hand up to Trissa's mouth. Still breathing. As far as I saw today here, she attacked a dignitary from another
Who
kingdom.
killed her? And now she's back as a revenant. So, yeah, as I said, she's ours. We will see to her.
Well, if you say she's a revenant, we'll have a priest check in on her. One of our priests. If you would like to be there for the interrogation, I have no objection to that, as you did try and stop her. But for now, we will put her in a cell to confine her and figure things out. We will not jump to conclusions. We're not some barbarous tribe of savages like people think we are.
At that, I would kind of turn and look up at Ascent, just to get confirmation of what he just.
At this point, Cameron is screaming at him. He's like, "You're not going to do something about her? She tried to kill a dignitary from a nation who you've been at war with forever.
And who just assassinated the king. I don't think you're in a position to speak right now!
That was not me or my kingdom. That was pettiness from Worthington, which I thought he was better of, above the fact of his past, but clearly not.
So besides being an accessory to regicide, you are also an idiot! Be silent!
Can I just interject? Wasn't there supposed to be a cleric coming to, revive the king? After all, death isn't permanent, right? At least according to you guys, anyway.
The cleric, as you guys have said is coming, that Ascent said is coming, has not shown up.
How long has it been?
From the death? It's been a couple hours already.
Before you take her away, would you mind letting her potentially try to revive him? I mean, it worked on me.
It worked on me as well, but I don't believe she's that powerful.
I mean, I don't know.
Now,
I don't know how healing spells work. It just worked on me, so I assume it works on everybody.
Now, Mr. Odara, as Ascent finally gives him his full attention, Ascent turns to him. Mr. Odara, we will deal with this in a timely manner. For now, you and Michael will be given a room to stay in, and guards will be posted out there, and you will be brought updates. When we need your input, we will call upon you. He's like, and Cameron looks at him furious, like, I'd hope better that your kingdom would understand what attacking a noble and an emissary of peace means. For now, I will play along, and I will go with your rules and customs. And he walks over to Archduke Michael.
Insight check. Is he lying, or is he actually going to do it?
Roll it.
Yeah, 1 second.
Fawn would also like to know this.
Booth is trying to argue with the guard that, as a cleric, Trissa should at the very least attempt to resurrect the king as a cleric.
As a cleric, roll just a straight intelligence. No, religion. Wait, would that be religion or arcana since it's a spell?
Religion.
She's a divine spellcaster, so religion.
Yeah, let's go religion. Okay, but first, hold on. What did you guys roll for insight?
16.
24.
You guys can tell from his posture that he is definitely frustrated at the situation, that it's not going how
Yeah, but
had
does he
hoped.
intend? Does he sound like he intends on actually staying put?
Yes, he does stand. He does intend to stay put and see this through. That you can read as true.
There's nothing dubious about it.
His whole character is dubious from what Trissa claims.
Right. Well, I'm asking if there's any confirmation of that by like his body language based on my role. Or Fawn's role, even.
Your initial inquiry was if he plans on sticking around. That part he was truthful about. You read that part. But if you'd like to make another insight check, you can roll one more.
9. I have no idea.
Yeah, you have no idea.
I'm suspicious.
So, Cameron and Archduke Michael are led away by several guards.
I just want to note that I would like to have confiscated Trissa's holy symbol.
Fawn
Oh,
would have already taken it.
that actually would also be taken as evidence by Roe and his men.
Does he do that before I am already at Trissa?
Do this. Let's just roll a quick little initiative to see who gets to it first.
Also, I want to know what the overall verdict is on whether or not Trissa will be allowed to attempt to resurrect the king, or if that is even possible.
Oh,
for
well,
her
yeah,
to
so
do
we'll
that.
get to that roll. Just give me 1 second.
As Fawn is actually over Trissa fixing her wounds, would that give me any advantage?
Let's see. Initiative. Okay. Quick initiative then to see who gets to her holy symbol first.
I would not be in
7.
that initiative at all.
No, you would not be. This was just for June and Roe himself. That would be 17 on Roe, Captain Roe. So he, as you get to it, is like, "This is evidence. I cannot let you take it," as he beats you to it. And he pockets it in a side satchel on his belt. Now, go ahead and roll me a religion check to see how much you know, Vutha, about resurrection.
Let's see. 16. I rolled high.
Pretty good.
That is pretty good. What you do know is from what you've experienced in the past, that when Trissa resurrect the other party members when they were down, that it was literally within a matter, not even a minute had passed.
Okay.
Through the investigation and everything, it has been way, way too long. For what you know,
Alright, then I
that
guess
Trissa is capable of.
I don't necessarily know her full capabilities, so I would ask her before she leaves, do you have any ability to resurrect the king based on your spells currently?
Oh, Trisha's unconscious right now.
Oh, then never mind. I'd be like, alright, well, let's hope that cleric gets here quick. I forgot she was knocked out.
Yeah, she's knocked out cold.
The one thing I forgot.
It's alright.
She knocked the fuck out.
Yep.
Oh,
The
hey, it's
thing I
Pan.
remember more is the failed scroll.
Well, shit like that happens.
It's been a crazy 2 weeks.
Yep. So at this point, Trissa and the unconscious Worthington, are led off to a jail cell. You don't know where.
Carried off.
Can I follow them?
I'm accompanying them, so
Yeah,
if you
for
want to
sure.
come too,
Yeah,
Um,
no,
I'm actually
Ro-
gonna stick behind and wants to wait for the cleric that was told to come.
Ro did say that you're more than welcome to come to see where they're leading her off to.
damn Skippy.
As you guys did do a service in trying to defend Cameron and the other guests from the rampage. So, those of you who are going to stay here in this room, please go off to the left. Luna will be staying with Vutha. Anybody who wants to stay, go to the red carpet on the right. Or who wants to go with Ro, go to the red carpet on the right. Alright, so this is how we have it.
I mean,
Spot is
obviously the
carrying
muscle.
her.
So I'm going to put you...
Uther has determined that the king did not die a warrior's death, therefore he deserves resurrection.
So, I think the conversation that would happen first would be with Vutha and Ascent.
So, good news is you're alive.
Yes, well, I'm made of sterner stuff. The young
Yeah.
king, however, sadly is not.
About that, any idea where that cleric is?
I have absolutely no idea. They may have gotten waylaid.
Well,
Roll an
I'm not
insight.
sure.
Vutha, roll an insight.
And that was a low roll, so. Da-da-da-da-da. 4.
Damn, that priest must have stopped for tacos or something on the way. Or something of varying.
Yeah, it's really. I mean, I don't know too much about how the whole resurrection thing works. I know that some of it has to be instantaneous, or at least as instantaneous as possible. So,
Yes, I believe your friend Trissa is capable of that, at least for what I know.
yeah. Though, I'm not sure what spells it would take to do a revival after a significant time has passed.
After a significant time, it becomes more and more difficult. Lower level clerics would have been able to get to the king quickly, but being that time has pressed on and we had to find the murderer before any other tragedies have happened, I'm afraid we'll have to anoint one of the previous king's children.
Why not wait for the cleric?
I can tell you're not quite astute in the arcane, are you, Vutha?
No, but why already do the Ascension bit if you can potentially revive the king?
We'll just say that the body as well needs to be in a certain condition. And he kind of turns to the still smoking remnants of Ko on the throne.
Can you fix that?
Can I fix that? Roll another insight.
22.
He's leading on to something that he's not telling you openly.
So, is that a yes? Is that a no?
It leans more towards he has something up his sleeve. We'll put it that way to Vutha.
Okay.
It's dubious.
So, would he be the same if you did something?
Vutha, why don't you and Luna come to my lab? The others will be along shortly. And me and your friend June can have a private discussion as well.
Do you have giant robots there?
Maybe.
Cool.
Something giant indeed, though. And he cracks a wicked little grin on one side of his face. Let's segue over to the boys, who are following Ro and several of his guard, escorting Worthington and Trissa. So as you make your way through the castle itself, the interior is lit with sconces along the wall that flicker with magical light, keeping them ever burning. The interior of these hallways have a dark stone, not onyx deep, but close to it. The pillars are on the sides of the hall are accented with not gold in itself, but gold-like metal.
Black and yellow?
Black and yellow, yes. You guys make your way after walking for about 5 minutes. Ro stops you all next to what looks like to be a large, not double-decker door, but a nice wide 10-foot door. As he knocks on it, he's like, "Men, we need a couple more people for escort." And a few more guard wearing the same breastplate. Most of them are adorned, not in plate, but breastplates for mobility and defense.
How many in total? Like, how many in total are coming with us?
From the 3 that he has additionally, 9 more join you.
I'm gonna look at Fawn like, that's not normal, right? That's way too many people. I say it as quietly as I can.
He's
Does
like,
Fawn find this suspicious?
for the events that have happened, a Titan security would be an appropriate measure.
And also, does he recognize any of the guards?
No, you would not recognize any of the guards, as when you came here, it was more party guests that you fraternized with than the actual members of the guard here.
So there's like 15 people walking down the hallway.
In total, there's 12 guards, 12 royal guards, and then there's Ro himself, so 13 in total.
Plus us.
Plus you guys, yep.
So 16 in
Plus
total.
our 2 unconscious charges.
Yep.
18.
Quite a procession.
And he
You guys hear You guys hear a sigh in your mind, and be prepared to be arrested too, just in case. It seems to be that kind of.
Always. That's all I'll reply with out loud.
So you guys are led out past what could be considered interior barracks for soldiers. And you are actually led outside of the palace to a walkway. When you guys get outside, you are greeted with an interesting environment. Large, bulky chains connect to the floating island-like platform inside the volcano. Suspended over the lava is what was once known as a prison, now as the Brakmarian Palace. The entire society inside the volcano of Brakmar is connected through railways, archways, walkways, bridges, suspended between each of these platforms. And these platforms are held interconnectively woven large obsidian chains bolted to the actual island itself. You guys make your way towards the edge of what is the castle of Brakmar. You are led towards a bridge. I would like you all there to make a perception check.
Nine.
9.
6.
6.
7. With advantage.
Well, it's a good thing that what is in front of you, you don't notice a lot of details about it, but in front of you is an obsidian citadel. With guards at the bridge, at your end, still on the castle's end, you see, standing at the end, or the entrance to the bridge leading to this black citadel, these individuals. If I can pull up their image, I will post it in Discord in the D&D channel. And the picture should be uploaded now. Is it there for you all to see?
Mm-hmm.
You see two guards standing there. As Ro approaches, he looks at one of the men that had came out of the room. Tell them the phrase. And the one soldier, a younger looking lad, walks up to them, and as he approaches, they kind of turn in a defensive stance. You don't see any weapons on them. And the young man approaches and he says, "The moon's midnight blue bleeds green." And you see as he says that phrase, they stand down. And they kind of step off to the side, allowing you all to pass. And you begin walking above on the bridge. And you can feel the heat from the lava. It's sweltering and hot. Underneath your outfits, you begin to sweat. a little bit. And as you make your way across, you come to another island with these bulky chains attached to the base. And in front of you stands the prison known as the Obsidian Grasp. And the young man walks forward again and repeats the same phrase before. As you are allowed to pass by another set of 2 guards and into a courtyard inside the prison. Ro turns to his men. He's like, "Alright, men, I'll take it from here. The Black Grasp will take us further, along with our guests." And Trissa and Worthington are given over to these armor-plated figures, 2 at each side dragging them along. And they now lead, and Ro follows them inside the prison.
If they're dragging her,
Like feet kind of
you
dragging.
would
They
turn to-
have her like up, but the feet are kind of dragging a little bit.
Okay.
Not dragging like, oh, your face is in the ground, but like, you know, or like one-handed dragging, just more like they're holding her up and her feet are just kind of dragging. So not disrespectfully, like, I'm just gonna drag you because you're fucking scum, kind of thing. So, entering into what would be the main building, you would assume you would go up in a place like this. But
Why would we assume that?
As the main structure is large and above the ground level. Instead of going up, these figures clad in red and plate armor lead you down to a twisting and winding pathway of tunnels, prison cells. And after about 5 to 10 minutes of walking, they open up a cell, bring Trissa in, chain her to the wall, manacles around her wrist and her legs. And when they do, on the black manacles flares runes. And when they put her inside the cell, along with Worthington, back against the wall, you see a man made of metal, chained. Sparks sparking from the joints every few seconds. They turn around, they exit the cell, and they lock it. And they stand there, no expression, faces hidden with their helmet, awaiting their next orders from either Ro or an authority figure guarding the cell. Alright, well, you've seen where she is. You satisfied?
No, but given the circumstances, I will accept it.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to let the warden know he has some new guests. that he is to wait for orders from Ascent on what the next step's going to be. More than likely
And what action will be taken until that time?
Well, depends on what he decides.
In between the time you received word from him and this moment, what action will be taken?
For her, she'll stay in the cell.
And nothing else?
Nothing else unless they invoke their rights.
Explain.
In all of Brackmar, everyone has one right that they can exercise. If they ever are in trouble, say with like the law, and their life, in essence, is on the line, they have a right to crucible. They survive. Everything is forgiven, as if nothing happened. But most consider it a death sentence. Survival rate is not very high.
What kind of things are included in this crucible?
Mostly combat. It's blood sport. Money to be made by the state. A lot of betting, things like that. We get volunteers too. There's a lot less risk for them, but for inmates and convicts, if it's a last resort, pretty much. Why? You're not trying to think about breaking your friend out, are you?
I never said that.
I was
just
thinking
curious.
more. Well, personally, I was thinking more in terms of making sure that nothing is going to be done to her until we've had a chance to discuss this.
She'll be judged
But-
not by her peers, but by a judge.
Well, we've had some bad experiences with judges in the past, so I hope you'll forgive my skepticism.
Well, I'll just tell you this. The court system here, hope your pockets are deep, because it sure seems like that Cameron fellows is.
Good to know.
Now we should get back. I don't like being in here longer than I need to be. These guys creep me the hell out.
Really? Can't imagine why.
Are they
Seems
just
quite
standing there
fascinating.
staring into space?
Pretty much.
Can I pick my nose in front of one of them and see if they do anything?
They don't do a single fucking thing.
These guys are good.
Oh, June's already come to the conclusion that they're mecha.
Ramiro,
Change your
just
mind.
don't touch him.
I mean, they're kind of shiny.
Alright, you three, come on. Let's go.
As we walk out, I will just quietly to myself make a mental, to the best of my ability, make a mental map of the facility.
Cool, there were a lot of twists and turns, so go ahead and roll me an intelligence check.
Be survival, technically.
Oh yeah, survival, yeah, my bad. Survival.
It's much higher. For... 20.
You're fairly confident you can actually make it back down here.
Any other entrances or exits?
With the perception checks you guys made on the bridge into this building, nah, that you saw.
Do I get a better look on my way out?
You could try on your way. You could try on your way out. So as you guys are led back out, the two that had taken over guard over Trissa's cell are replaced by two more that are coming down the stairs, and they lead you out.
Identical, right?
Huh?
They look identical.
Identical.
That's
And as you are led back out, you're led back out into the courtyard, past the main gate, and onto the bridge. And Ro says, "The blue moon wanes in the night." And they let him pass along with you. And you are able to walk past the guards on the prison side of the bridge. And you are now walking back across the bridge.
just one bridge. There's no other entrances or exits.
Well, you wanted to make a perception check, now would be the time to make it.
Did rolled a 16, so 21.
You notice several things in this instance. You notice one of the far right towers, and part of the main citadel, there is construction underway. Up on like the 4th or 5th floor, you would consider.
So that's on the far right.
Yep. And you notice farther, you actually see like the exterior, well, the interior edge of like the volcano, like the rock that would lead up to the top, you know, like the inside
Yeah,
edge.
it could be like any good castle.
Yep. And you see it's not it's not actually connected. This is still a floating island, but you see an onyx chain. An obsidian chain, sorry. An obsidian chain that leads to it and is bolted into the rock.
Could be
heavily.
climbed.
It could be. It leads up that way.
Okay. That's all. I'm good.
Past that you don't see like any other details. All you see is where the chain ends and where it's nailed in. What the terrain is, you don't know. But you also see that on this island, that on the outside of the gates, there is like room to walk around. It's not like just building that fits on a rock that is like the size of the, prison. There's like still like extensions of like, 50 to 60 feet out from the walls of the prison that are rock. And you see patrol guards walking around it in a very mechanical manner. And you see the chain bolted where it's bolted to the island and leads up to the interior of the volcano.
Okay. Cool.
And with that, Ro leads you past, back into the Brackmar Palace. He's like, well, at this point I have to have some guards go with you wherever you go. So my suggestion is we'll get you set up with some quarters as Ascent said, and we'll go from there.
Are we under arrest or something?
Do you see any bars?
House arrest.
Do you see any bars
no.
around you?
No, but you're giving us armed escorts. As if we're not free to go where we want in this place.
Consider
You're
We're
saying we're
free
not
to go
free?
where we want. We're just not free to go unsupervised.
exactly. Considering the events that have happened, heightened security is necessary. Necessary.
What events? We solved the murder. We stopped another murder.
Heightened security. It's not necessarily just us.
It's not you. Some of the others, like Jaster's not leaving for a little bit. He's being escorted. Your friends, as well, other guests. Monarch Rala said he's departing. He doesn't like the heat. Can't blame him, the fishman. The other guests, the representatives from Milan, have already been given their own quarters with guards on the outside. And you're being given the same treatment. This isn't you're under arrest. I did watch you try and stop her. But that doesn't mean suspicion is off of you. We've had people try and pull prison breaks in the past. Though I will say...
It seems kind of dumb, don't you think?
Oh, incredibly dumb. Those creations are a sense after all. Ugh, why you'd make something so fucking creepy, I don't know, but... they're effective.
Maybe he's compensating for something.
You're not the only one to think that.
Maybe he created them that way specifically to make them creepy. I would imagine it aids in the you probably don't want to try to escape here factor of prison.
Probably. So you guys walk back inside that same door that he had been before, the double-decker door, the 10-foot wide one. He knocks on it again, and a couple of men in the same ornate breastplate that signifies them with the mark of Brackmore on their chest, as royal guards, come out. He's like, I need you two boys to take care of our guests here. Bring them to the guest wing. No, okay, boss. And the other guy's like, yes, sir, Captain Fegus.
I assume that our other friends are already there.
Well, honestly, I have no idea. They were talking to Ascent when we left.
I look at the two guards that have just been called up, and I'm like, well, you were here, or...
Yes, sir.
Where did our friends go?
Are you talking to Ro or the two new guards?
I'm talking to the two guards that were in this room where our friends were, that I assume would know where our friends are.
This is where you're currently at is like an interior like guard station.
Oh, okay, never mind then.
Isn't it? So they would not have any idea.
Yeah, scrap that all then, because, like I said, I thought we were back in the main hall.
Nope. Because the 12 that were with you, he sent back. So, pick this up. So, sir, should we, bring them to their room? Bring them to a room and set them up in the guest quarter. Alright, sir. What are the, restrictions? Ro thinks for a moment.
I'm just gonna stare right at him.
June, same.
Well, the restrictions are as follows, of course. This goes without saying. They cannot go to the prison without my consent or a sense consent as well. And of course they can't get in without escort and password as well. They are allowed to romp around the guest quarters as they feel free, and that wing of the castle. They can go in the courtyard. But I'm sorry, we can't let you out of the castle. You can stay within the confines of the castle itself, but out into any of the other areas within Brakmar, we cannot. For now, if you need something, just ask one of the guards and they will go get it for you, and someone would be summoned as wise as well, if you need services. I expect this will either take a day or two to get everything set up, but who knows? Now, men, you are dismissed to your duties. Yes, sir. This way, folks. We'll take you over to the guest wing. And you are led off to the guest wing. Now, as you pass the hall that did contain the party, Arlen and Heather are also being led out of the guest hall along with Jaster Gallywix.
Are they not arresting you guys too?
No, it appears we're going to be given some place to stay over in the guest wing as well.
Right.
So
we can't
yes,
leave.
they are not arresting you, just as they are not arresting us.
Now, why do you say it that way? You make it seem like they're going to do it in the end.
I mean, they
Let's
didn't
just
say they weren't.
let's just say we have a bad history with law enforcement and leave it at that, shall we?
Well, the situation is what you make of it. In this case, if you're going to be such a downer, they might arrest you for a bad attitude, Jun. Heather kind of smirks.
He smirks back and says, "Well, it wouldn't be the first time."
And
You know, it's not every day that the person who literally saved your life is in prison for attempting to avenge herself on her murder.
yes,
It's a funny way of appreciation.
Triss's actions were honestly quite erratic. Did you find out any details from her? I mean, I heard her screaming, but there must be more to this tale of hers.
She was unconscious, so no.
Well, there's a. All right, come on. You can keep talking in the room. Come on.
I was assuming we were saying this as we were walking, but okay.
It was kind of like. So you guys.
For you, that'd be better.
Sorry,
I'm hoping to see if I can get some answers out of her after a good night's rest, and hopefully they return my equipment to me.
Say that last part. You're what?
Return my equipment to me, referring to my component pouch, wands, all that good.
Well, as far as your gear goes, that was all left back in Reptitor, as this was just supposed to be a party. only person who brought anything with them was Trissa, and she hid that on her person. So, you guys are led to your rooms. Jaster is given a room across the way to you and yours, and you are all set up within a large room with off-branching rooms for large parties that stay at Castle Brackmar. And as you kind of look around the interior, it's got a very, was a prison in its own sense. And the motif, the way it is decorated to kind of change it and make it more homey and welcoming, hides it a little bit. The furniture is very fine and nice. There are several off rooms which are not small, but small to medium size, like 20 by 20. Little cramped for guests, but there's a large entry room to where you can all enter, and you're given nice accommodations, nice beds and things like that, and furniture. You get a small inkling that the history of this place... Actually, everybody who's here, the three of you, roll me a history check. I will give advantage to Fawn and June. Ramiro, it's a straight roll
19.
for you.
18.
20. Dirty.
Dirty 20. You guys know the history of this place, all of you do, that before it became its own nation, it was a prison colony for Elan to mine ignimbrite ore. Seems like the castle used to be the old prison itself. Of course, remodeled and refurbished to best suit without getting rid of all the history and to make use of what was already here.
Sure is quite the nice knot.
Well, Arlen kind of comes up to you. Well, my friends, it was after all a prison colony before. Turned revolution and created their own nation. What do you expect? They had limited resources.
Yeah, you should have seen it a few hundred years ago.
Really am beginning to like this place less and less.
Well, you can imagine what it would be like. Born into a prison family and completely profiled from what your great-great-grandfather did, and you an innocent wee tot. Here, still in prison. There's a reason this place had a revolt. They wanted people more for the workers than anything. I mean, the rooms you have used to house multiple families. It's come a long way from what I remember.
At this point, June is kind of glancing around and going, "Where are Vutha and Luna?"
They went off with Vizier Ascent. I believe something about a lab or something.
The moment I hear that, I'm immediately going out, finding the nearest guard, and saying, "Where are the rest of our friends?"
And the four guards the two that were escorting Jaster and Arlen and Heather are still out there kind of on the opposite side, guarding, or on the out of his room, standing watch for the most part. And they're like, well, we saw your friends go with the Vizier.
Where?
Oh, said they were going to his lab. I mean, they didn't need escort since the Vizier was with them.
Well, then I'm going to require an escort there. Immediately.
What he said.
All right.
I'll be going with.
Ro didn't say anything about not. So, okay. If you follow me this way, everyone. And
I
he starts.
assume there's a
Does June
meanwhile
look
here.
concerned?
Ask him.
June
Ask him.
looks. Yes, he looks concerned.
You look concerned.
Yeah, I guess I do. And in your head, you hear,
Excuse
the
me.
man who plucked out my eye and put this thing in its place now has 2 of our party members in his lab. Can you think of any reason I should not be concerned?
Yeah, no. Can we go any faster?
Again, that was in your head, but yeah.
Right. Yeah, no, I would.
Are you talking to the guard?
Yeah, I would ask the guard if we can walk faster. I like to stretch my legs, you know.
No, all right. I guess I can accommodate you. Sure. And he
Let's
kind
try a jog, and I'll just start jogging.
He's like, make a persuasion check.
12.
It's like it's not highly recommended, sir, but I guess so. We can take the exterior route. It's a little longer, but jogging
Which
you
was
should get
faster.
jogging should get us there quicker, I guess. Let's just not do a run, a full run. That might arouse some ire.
I mean, I would imagine it's pretty late at this point, right?
Yeah, you're probably looking at 11 o'clock at night.
I assume this leads to a meanwhile.
Meanwhile, Luna and Vutha, you are led to a very arcane-looking archway. No actual door in itself. On the archway are runes inscribed that I don't think your lizard brain would honestly comprehend.
Well, here are my languages are Common and Draconic.
These are more runic as in magic than anything.
Then no.
There is, on the side of the archway, you see several languages written. And there is what looks to be a stone orb set on an indent in the wall.
I'm gonna touch it.
My dear, that is not necessary. That is used for communication with me in my lab, if I am to be reached. As I am right here, you do not need to do
I touch
that.
it and say, "Hello, lab. We are here."
Yeah, it's quite amusing. You actually get someone on the other end. And it sounds exactly like June. And it's like, the master is not here at the moment.
Is June inside?
Well, yes, he is.
I thought he went to the prison.
Oh, he must have gotten ahead of us. They must have ended what they needed to do quite quickly. And he taps his staff on the ground and speaks a few arcanic words. Vederantium Varuk. And the sigils light up around it. And a glowing archway of purple and white energy appears before you. He's like, well, you are my guests. Please. You first.
So, is there a building beyond this, or is it just... Is it going to take us to a secret shop with shady deals?
There are no shady deals there. It's where I keep my work. Most of my work is very sensitive. There are many people in the world who would want to use it for ill.
Okay. So do we have to enter all at once, or do I have to test it first to make sure it works?
Oh, we can go in side by side if you'd like.
You first.
You are a guest, so I shall enter first. And he walks through. And Luna's like, Luther, do you think this is such a good idea? Maybe we should wait for the others.
Well, I'm gonna rummage in my pack. Gonna roll a dice to see if I kept anything. Yes. I have kept a leg of meat in my pouch. And I'm gonna throw it through the portal.
It goes through the portal.
Okay. Alright, I'm gonna run in and run back out.
Okay,
And
as
if I
you-
don't disintegrate.
As you begin to run in, Ascent sticks his head out. My dear, I would please do not throw your leftovers around. It makes the floor all greasy. And there's
Good, he didn't disintegrate, so
there's a
therefore we won't disintegrate.
there's a mage hand coming out with the drumstick you had thrown in there. I believe this is yours.
Yes. Grabs the meat and starts chomping it as if she dashes through into the room.
Now, please do come in and watch your step.
Okay, so now that we've gone through the mysterious portal, where's the robot?
So, let me set the scene. When you and Luna enter the laboratory inside, the aesthetic of this is gold and crystal. Gold and crystal. Cylinders line the walls. Vats filled with liquid, different chemicals, different compounds. Shelves upon shelves of ingredients, powdered, solids, liquids, gases. Tables, multiple tables in this main chamber that have papers, test tubes, unfinished projects, things that you could not wrap your mind around. A large chamber door on the north side. From when you entered is the south side. This is a circular room. An oblong room, and it stretches down kind of in a straight line. Tubes lining the side. You see smaller doors on the sides that lead what you can only assume into aft rooms, but the one thing that catches your eye is the large door about 50 feet down in this room. The door is incredibly large. It almost spans 50, 60 feet high. Incredibly large for such a small, diminutive, skinny man as Ascent himself.
So, for two things I'm looking for. One, any sign of machinery of any sort.
Oh, machinery is all around you. When you look up, you see in the rafters chains and pipes. You see, like, a large hanging platform kind of just swaying in the rafters as you had entered. And the chains kind of jangling as well that are hanging off of the platform.
And I'm also looking out for June.
As you turn to your right, you see June. Bald, kind of a little slack-jawed, a large scar that goes around half of his head, kind of right next to a very similar orb indented in the golden wall. And he turns to Ascent. Master, you have a visitor on the other end of the line. Do not worry, J343.
That's not June.
It is,
No, it is not.
and it isn't.
I'm sorry, but June is not.
Words cannot express how much I love and hate you right now.
Also, June would never call anyone a master.
Well, maybe while we're here, your friends will come looking for you. So, oh, that's right. The young prince. The king, sorry.
Yeah.
You wanted
So
to know...
you said you had an ability to make his body not charbroiled.
Well, not that body. There's nothing that can be done. But a new one. A new one I can put his soul back into. And as he pulls out a gauntlet very similar to, I'm gonna say this, a very similar one to what Thanos has, but much smaller and sleeker. Luna probably at this point kind of gets a little PTSD and freaks out a little bit. She kind of jumps back and her fur stands on end. No need to worry, Luna. I'm not going to do anything with this to you or your friend. And he kind of sets his staff down against a table. And he taps on the purple gem. And you see inside something swirling. And he's like, "Go on, Vuza. Take a look." And he holds his hand, like, palm facing him, the back of his hand facing you with the gauntlet.
So is it this is just an orb?
It's like a gem, but you see something swirling in it. He's like, "Come, take a look."
Okay, I fail to see how this will create a body. And I'm going to take a look at it cautiously.
Roll a perception check.
Okay.
How close do you get? Because that'll change it if you get advantage or not. If you get within a few inches of it, you'll have advantage. If you want to stay a couple feet back, just a straight roll. Or where you're at, disadvantage.
Straight roll.
Okay.
I don't want to get too close to it.
So you'll be about 5 feet away from him.
Perception. 18.
You're a bit far away from where you're at to see the fine details of the gem in his hand. But you see some, like, wisps, like motes of light kind of going around in a circle in it.
Nice light show. How does this relate to body making?
Well, if you follow me into the next chamber, I'll show you. And at this point in time, the rest of you all make your way to the front of the archway that I described earlier. It's like, well, this is Vizier's Ascent's office. Well, not office, lab. Yeah. Any kind of, you can call his assistants. And they'll pick up the sending stone. Sending orb, whatever, over there. And he points to the alcove.
I'll just look at June.
June will walk up to it and just... Is there anything obvious about how this is supposed to be acted?
The orb itself?
Yes,
Or
I, the player, know what I'm supposed to do,
Yeah,
but I don't know if June would know what he's supposed to.
You can roll an Arcana check for me then.
18, so dirty.
So June, no, as far as this, you just need to touch the orb and just speak into it to make communication. As this one would be, this is a two-way sending stone. Sending orb, however you want to put it. Call it a sending orb, since it's of a much larger size.
Well, then they'd reach out, touch it. We would like to be permitted entry.
On the other end of the orb, June, you hear your voice. Is Master Ascent expecting you?
That seems highly unlikely. But if he is present, could you let him know we're here and would like to see him immediately?
May I ask who is calling?
The BB Mercenary Company.
And you can
We
kind of,
here?
and you can kind of like hear him like, kind of turn around. Master, there is a BB person here to see you. I will tell them that he does not know anyone by the name BB.
Try Junichi Shujinko.
Master, I am apparently on the other end of the line and I want in.
What is this? June just turns to
Do I
the other
hear
two and
this?
says, "What is this weirdo talking about?"
Do I hear that it sounds like June?
Well,
Yeah.
here's the thing. It wouldn't sound like June to June because your own voice doesn't sound like your own voice to
Yeah.
yourself.
But to
For sure.
Ramiro,
So
but
June,
to Ramiro,
to June, this doesn't sound anything like him.
But to
you
Ramiro-
guys,
it sounds exactly like him.
You know it. That's like you,
are you crazy? That doesn't sound anything like me.
right?
After a few moments, the purple and white energy appears in the archway around the runes. And the guard that had escorted you is like, well, I will wait right out here until you all come back, so I can escort you back to your rooms. How long do you think you're going to be?
I have no idea.
Probably either not long or we won't be coming back. I'm not sure which. Cheers! And then I walk through.
That's it.
I'll just look at him, shrug, and follow June. You know how it is, right?
Sir, he turns to Fawn, like, how long do you think you're going to be? How long do I have to stand here for?
I'd say wait for 20 minutes. If 20 minutes pass, come do patrol for the next step.
And as you walk in, he's like, but wait, I'm supposed to... And you go through and then... I'm supposed to escort you guys everywhere. Okay. Guess I'll wait out here. As you all entered, you were greeted by a bright golden crystal, gold being the base motif, crystals on top of chambers of liquid components and shelves left and right. This large chamber, as I said, leads off into 3 different areas. 2 small doors on the left and right, halfway down, and then 1 large 50 to 60 foot tall archway. And when you enter, you see Vutha staring into a golden gauntlet with multiple gems set in it. June, one that you are very, very closely intimate with. And you see Luna with her hair kind of standing up on end, and Vutha just kind of looking inquisitively at it, like there's supposed to be something there. Ah.
As you enter, I say, "It's a nice light show, but how does this help us get a body?"
The body comes later. Most importantly, you need the soul. That contains everything in a person. But the young king will live again. Just not for a little while. Ah, welcome, June. Fawn. Ramiro, was it? Welcome to my lab.
There you are, June. That thing is totally not you, by the way.
And as you turn to the right,
What
you
thing?
see. You turn to the right,
Turns
you see
around and
a very, like, kind of hunched back, kind of slumped over version of you. No hair on its head. Kind of a little slack-jawed and a little drool down one side of the mouth. And you see a large scar that goes around from the front all the way to the back of the skull.
That's concerning.
The fuck is that?
Oh my. Oh, which number were you? J346, I believe. I lose count after a while. He's mostly here.
I mean, I guess I was curious what you did with my eye, but this was not what I had in mind.
Oh, no. He existed before you. This isn't what I did with your eye. Your eye was nothing but pulp on that sewer floor. I didn't use it for anything.
Wait, what did you do with an eye?
Oh, I plucked June's eye out, ripped out his deity, and shattered her, and been trying to make them one being ever since the get-go, and he's done quite well. By the way, how did the next fusion go with that last object I sent to you? He kind of looks
You know
inquisitively at you, and like you see his eyes kind of light up, waiting for an answer. Oh, come, tell me. I'm most curious to find out the results.
Well, at present, it's sitting in the box that I gave her. I had hoped that it would provide some further guidance, but unfortunately, nothing seemed forthcoming.
No. Would you like me to retrieve it for you?
I mean, feel free.
You
Not
got...
for nothing, but I'm not sure whether or not just waiting for the cleric is the better option here.
Vutha, there is no cleric coming.
What?
Ah, you didn't exactly
Oh.
pick up on what I was hinting at earlier.
Ah, you hadn't realized that yet.
So as he holds the gauntlet out, he kind of draws a circle in the air and then does a symbol on it. And you guys see like a little pocket open up, a little black void, and he reaches his arm in with the gauntlet and pulls out your box, June, and kind of shakes a little bit. Still in there. How come you didn't accept my gift?
I did. I was simply waiting on her for more guidance before, being too reckless.
Now don't tell me you're afraid of becoming that monster again, are you? The price of power does come at a cost every now and again. Your friends survived the first time.
Well, thanks for confirming that at least. And I look over at Fawn and Romero specifically.
I know your friend Fawn was there before. What about your new friends? Did they tell you what could happen while they're sleeping? How about you, Ramiro? Vutha, did he tell you what he can turn into?
Well, I know he can turn into a giant, creepy girl?
Yeah, no, we saw that.
No, that's not quite it. That's what lives inside of him. I mean what he can really become when he actually becomes his own monster and she doesn't take over.
Well, this is fascinating and all, but what about the king?
She's rather one-tracked mind, I'm afraid.
Well, alright, we'll get the king's new body growing. I have a bit of his blood here we can start with. Follow me, we'll go to an empty tube. And as you guys are walking down, you pass many of the, large tanks. Some of them have something inside. Others, empty.
As we're walking, I'm going to be drifting closer to Fawn.
Butha will also be drifting closer fun, asking him, so do you have any cleric connections? Because apparently the one that was coming isn't coming, so backup clerics?
So as you guys are walking, in the rafters you hear the wheeze of pipes, and you hear loud jangling of chains up above. And he's like, here's a empty container. And he kind of lifts up the gauntlet and presses it to the crystal chamber. He's like, J346, get me the blood on King Kophagus. We're going to start the birthing process, and we'll bring him up to age 14. You can kind of see the other June kind of going over to one of the shelves, and he opens up a cabinet, and a cold mist rolls out of it. And he brings a vial out of there, and there are many, many vials within this cabinet. And he brings them over, and he's like, here is the King Ko's sample. Excellent. And he takes it, and with the gauntlet, he just kind of phases through the crystal and pours it in. And the chamber itself begins to fill with red liquid. There, are you happy? You'll have a new body within a little while. Depends.
On what?
How long I cook them for. And how much energy I give to the container here. As you can see, there are some empty ones, but I have quite a few other going at the moment.
Is this something you do often?
About those backup clerics. Got any connections?
Miss Vutha, there will no need to be a cleric. The young Ko will come out of this as if nothing had happened. Same soul.
I see June, that's apparently the process. I don't want the king to end up like that.
Oh, don't worry, that was a failed experiment. I hate to throw away such useful materials. However, if they're broken beyond repair, there's nothing that can be done but recycle them. And
Insight check?
at this point,
Is
you
he talking
guys...
about like
Yeah, both of an inside check that too.
Cool, okay. Roll an
8.
insight. 8?
Vutha inside is 15.
when he says recycled materials, was he talking about like our Jew?
Not your June. He's referring to.
Okay.
As he kind of eyes up J346. June, give me a athletics or acrobatics check. As you feel something grab you by the waist. and yank you up.
Yeah, that's a 6.
Can I do a check to see if Utha notices this?
Yeah.
Oh, you see June just lift up into the air. And
I'm gonna immediately
you see
parkour to get up to him.
you see a quick little hup hup, like jumping on top of containers, and then up into the change. You see June just kind of floating there. And June, you can feel like you can hear this hot breath and something very like low breathing on you.
Okay, June, it's time to get you down. What is that?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Well, I was the only one that would get able to get up there because I have monk shit.
And
Yeah, but I would have
no,
seen it.
he's literally like, as far as, can you run up walls?
I mean, with my monk shit, I have the ability.
Because right now, he's hanging from the center, he's in the mid-air, hanging just about 5 feet below the chains that are dangling from the ceiling.
Okay, so I have shadow step.
Okay.
Is it dark up there?
It is. So I would say, when you jump, well, how far can you jump first off? Because
Well, my walking speed it is 45 feet. So I can jump 10 feet.
and how far does
And
your
the state
shadow?
determines how far I can jump. So if I long jump, it's 10 feet. But let's see. Climbing, swimming, so strength.
Let's start with this. Give me a. Do you want athletics or acrobatics to get up there?
So with my strength score, that's 13 feet is my jump.
Okay, you
Base jump
still
13.
need to get another 50 feet. Well, 47 exactly.
If there's a shadow within 13 feet of me, I can jump into and then go 60 feet.
The shadows would be in between and below the chambers, the tubes that are in there. So you just need to jump into a shadow and then you can whoop right up to the top?
Yep, 60 feet jump.
Okay, yeah, that you can definitely do. So you all see Vutha jump into the shadow, and then you appear. I want a straight dex check to see if you can grab onto the chains that are hanging from the ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
Ramiro is so confused.
Wouldn't this got a climbing speed?
June, are you alright?
Dexterity check, that is 16.
16. You do manage to grab onto the chains, and you are right next to June, who's kind of just free floating in the air, and you can hear this guttural.
Alright, dude, I got you. Oh.
Okay. Time out.
And you hear
Can I feel what is holding on to me?
a very leathery, big-mitted hand, and you hear this voice. Why you look like me? And as that voice is heard, the invisibility that was cloaking this figure drops, and you see a large, hulking version of like June, almost gorilla. The skin is purplish gray. A twisted, curved horn that is set in the right side of the front of the skull, which looks like it was surgically implanted by the 4 scars surrounding it. And then you see a older version of you with like a beard and these tusks protruding from the lower jaw of the mouth, and it speaks in a very like guttural Hulk kind of voice. Why you look like me?
Utha's first reaction is going to be to punch it. Sorry.
Well, that's good, because my first reaction was, upon realizing that something is holding on to me, I'm going to grab it with my hands, and I'm going to grab it and Shocking Grasp.
Alright, let's start with Shocking Grasp.
Uh, 27 to hit for 7 damage.
That hits.
And incidentally, I would have done this before it decloaked, because once I realized something was holding me, that would have been the moment where I would have gone
But yeah,
zap.
it was like when it grabbed you, it was grab you and then jumped and then jumped again. So like that would be like its 6-second turn kind of thing. Like,
and then Vutha's just like boop boop boop.
yeah, you would follow 6 seconds afterwards. So then June, because it would be like you say a surprise, like you literally, it was invisible, it grabbed you and then jumped up to the ceiling in the chains. Now you can Shocking Grasp it, and as you do it, go ahead and roll damage. Remember, you're 50, 60 feet up in the air as well, kind of dangling by your one leg, but shocking it you can.
Total of 7, so not doing much.
Cool. Down to 6, and then halved for 3. And you kind of, you hear like, tickle me. No, you look like I. Why? And then, go
think
ahead.
You're asking the wrong person, mate.
And then, Vutha, go ahead and go for the punchies.
Yes. I'm gonna essentially go, okay! And essentially I'm gonna come up to him and go, I need you to let go of June! And let's see. Well, the first punch misses, but the second one,
What is,
the first one was only 8 to hit, so I don't think the first punch hit.
Nope.
But the second one stands at a 25.
That hits. And what are you trying to do? Just trying to do damage, or?
I am trying to get him to let go of June.
Can we just all appreciate for a moment that Booth's first reaction upon seeing a giant version of Junichi is to punch it?
Yep. Lay it alone.
Yeah.
Isn't
That
it just
tracks.
kind of squinting and turning her head?
Of 9.
9?
Yes.
Cool. So it's going to try
And I will be doing, and then with that, I'm going to, if that doesn't make him drop him, I'm going to do a flurry of blows with a stunning strike peppered in there.
Oh, I want that stunning strike. Yeah, do it that, because it's not going to let go of him.
Alright. So, then flurry of blows mixed with stunning strike.
Okay, good. Roll the hit.
First punch misses again, but second punch is 24.
Alright, so don't worry about the damage. Just tell me what the stunning strike would be for the save.
Okay, DC 13.
Exactly 13 on the die. So 16 in total. So this is where it's going to go. It's trying to hit you.
If he goes to swing, I'm going to cast Curse of the Eyeless on him.
So as it goes to swing at you, Vutha, you hear Ascent speak up. J269, get down here now. They are not intruders. And as it goes to punch you, it stops like just short of decking you in the face, and kind of hops down like King Kong down to the floor, and with a thud it lands down on there. And you guys can see this thing is just large compared to the rest of you. Like, you thought Clark was big. This guy's got like a foot on Clark and definitely more girth, which is
Just to
surprising.
let you know, DM, the flurry of blows punch was max damage as well, so 9 as well.
Gotcha. I was more curious about the stun because that would have done more.
Yeah.
Well, seems you've met your predecessor.
So, which number am I? June asks as he kind of brushes.
Someone tell him, pull down your upper lip, June. No, pull up your upper lip.
With a deep
Meanwhile-
sigh, he does so.
Meanwhile, Utha will have made her way back down.
Yep, easily enough. I'm not gonna have you roll it.
Yeah.
Ramiro's gonna totally give Uth a high five. Sweet moves.
Since no one else is looking, June will prestidigitate a mirror up to check the number himself.
J333. So 333.
So we found out he's a clone.
Pretty much, yeah.
Straight up Frankenstein shit going on.
Well, that's gonna make family gatherings kind of awkward.
No, I don't know. I think the big guy here would make a great volleyball.
Basketball. Oh wait, what's that?
I was gonna say, none of you know what volleyball is.
They would have a game like volleyball.
God,
He'd make a great volleyball player for sure.
Oh, Pat, goddamn boy. Me know what
I mean-
volleyball are.
Not wrong.
Who he? And the big guy points to you.
At which point, June would just reach out his hand and say, I am your... Does some quick math in head.
Think of him as
64th generation version of you.
Oh, no, you misunderstand. The numbers are not completely in order. There are failures in between. I have large batches going. Follow me. All of you. And he goes over to the large doors. And this would be normally impossible for a regular person, but he just pushes them open with ease. Like it's walking through with no problem. And as you walk through, those same crystalline units that he had dropped Ko's blood into, there's a railing that you can look up and look down. Crystal containers all around the room. Golden crystal containers. The motif here is still gold. There's one large container. This chamber extends 30 feet up and 30 feet down. And inside these chambers, if you would like to, make a perception check. Whoever would like to make one.
That is blank for blank. Ah.
20, 30, 22.
And once again, I roll a 5.
You still get something with
That's
a 5.
because you and I are in the middle of a conversation where June basically, as we're walking, sidles up to you and says, "How many times?" I remember one. How many times has she taken over?
When we were back in the first city, while we were sleeping after doing the raid, or before doing the raid, or was it after?
I think it was before the raid.
Also,
You
that's
kind
big.
of showed up in the middle of the night, all sparky, but far small.
Far smaller and did not have like a feminine figure, by the way. It was more of like base outline of a human, a black mouth and black eyes, and just you heard the buzzing of static. This time though, when it was at the plaza in the venture company district, it had a very feminine form, more corporeal, physical, had shape, color to her. And yes, wearing a schoolgirl outfit.
I tell him that.
And just the once?
To my knowledge, it's as long as I've been with you. The once in the first city, and then the once in Reptator.
June just kind of nods and continues walking.
So those of you, even with the 5s, you notice in the closer cylinders that you see June in different stages of growth, multiple ones. Those that you can see higher up, you see ones that are deformed, failed, that are marked with like a red tint on the glass to assume disposal. Some that are marked with a green that look like a fully formed June, ready to go.
I could have an army of Junes.
Why, yes.
Can I just say I prefer Professor Membrane's lab?
I think you might be right. This is gross.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. I think it looks fantastic.
However,
I agree.
in the large cylinder that spans 50 feet, this you don't even need a check for. You see a red-skinned woman standing 50 feet tall. She wears a skirt. Eyes are closed, along with a mouth. She has 2 horns that curl from the front of her forehead to the back, and set in between them is a flaming tiara. And currently at the moment, her arms are limp. She is suspended in the air, asleep.
Does that look anything like what we saw when June transformed?
When June transformed, it was more humanoid and big. This seems more demonic. The outfit itself has more of, not schoolgirl, but more of like, it's like one with the being, like almost flesh made to look like an outfit, like a schoolgirl's.
When you say demonic, you mean like infernal?
Infernal.
Okay.
Oh, no, not
Not infernal?
not fiend, demonic. Not fiend, demonic.
Gotcha.
So this is
Not
her?
for nothing, but I feel like this is not a good sign.
Yeah.
Luna's like, looks to June and points to her, like, this is her, this is your bae. Asking.
No, it's not.
Well,
Do you have
June is
question.
walking right up to it, and just looking up at her.
Hey!
well,
No
actually,
candy shop.
Not that close.
you're not that close. And no, you're at about mid-level, so you could look up, but you can't see underneath. Because there are lower levels in this chamber as well. So when you look up, you see about 3 stories. When you look down, you see about 3 more stories of these crystal chambers. June, as you walk closer, she does react to your presence. And as you walk closer, how should I put this? As Ascent speaks up, she is and isn't. Your power is your deity, as you think, is nothing but a paltry clone of her power as well. A rip-off, a copy, a clone, how you put it. This, as you put it, as you think, is the real Monica. What you have is how do they put it where you're from? A copy and paste.
June just starts laughing. And he keeps laughing until it gets to the point of he's come unhinged.
June, as you get more manic, the eyes and the arms of this large being start to twitch.
Guys?
Everybody in this room make a wisdom saving throw as the eyes of this being flare open and you see the empty void of the mouth and these teeth sharp, protruding, made of static. The eyes, the whites of the eyes are static, but the irises are a bright, bright yellow.
14.
14.
Fail.
Damn it.
Very appropriately, I rolled a natural 1. So 5.
Fail.
Finally good at 22.
You are fine. God damn it, Pat. Never have I been so glad to be in prison.
Meanwhile, Booth just like, I don't feel so good about this. I feel we should go with the cleric.
So I have to ask, that's 3 failures. I think I'm missing 1 more.
What's up? I had to go to the bathroom real
Oh,
quick. I must have missed something.
Damn it, man. That
I
large...
thought that was a perfect
Open
time.
her eyes. Do a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah, do a wisdom saving throw. The big being in the crystalline chamber opened her eyes as June got closer, and June started laughing maniacally.
15.
No, not maniacally. Just
Alright, well.
like he's coming unhinged. He's
Yeah, that still works. That
There's
still
no-
works.
just.
Okay, so I will start with this. June, you're going to be last for this. I want, specifically, the 3 of you to roll me a D100. Fawn, what did you get? Yo, Fawn, you're fine. Never mind. You're fine, Fawn. Fawn is fine.
What did,
So let's start with you, Vutha. Roll me a D100.
Okay. That is 15.
15. Oh boy. Vutha, for the next... How's that? For the next, 10 minutes, you are completely paralyzed, your eyes roll into the back of your head, and you are jutted into the recesses of your mind, into a black void. As you all see Vutha just tense up. Ramiro, please roll me a D100.
$49.
49. Ramiro, for the next 6 minutes, you begin babbling like a madman. Your speech is incomprehensible, and you cannot cast anything at all.
Is Vutha able to speak at all? Or
No,
is it
you are
entirely-
completely paralyzed. You are not there. You are sucked into the recesses of your mind.
Okay.
Just lying there in a black emptiness. So,
After a while,
10
I'll
minutes.
start calling out to Mirk
Oh, no.
in my head.
Okay, yeah, you can do that. Ramiro, you're babbling like a ravings of a madman.
Okay.
And Fawn, you see this happen. You see Ramiro just, as those eyes open, he just starts incoherently rambling. Vutha. Oh, not Vutha. Luna, sorry. Luna. D100, please.
53.
53.
I thought she said 73.
50.
Oh, okay. It just sounded like 70 to me.
Oh. Okay, so in this case, Luna, I need you to roll me. Let's see, how many people are in this room at the moment?
Are we counting my clone brethren or just the PCs and Ascent?
The PCs, let's say the PCs in Ascent.
In that case, 6, I believe.
Roll me a d6, Luna.
1.
One. Let's see. Ah! I need you to make a melee attack against Fawn.
Fawn, you may have escaped the wisdom save, but you didn't escape the attack.
With your claws, please, if you would.
From Luna?
From Luna.
Oh no.
And you can do it at advantage, too, since he was not expecting it.
Natural 20. D4 minus 1 is damage.
No -1s on this.
So 2 damage, but I'm not sure how you do natural 20s, but 2 damage.
I'd say for this, roll me a 2d4. On this, I want a 2d4. Because I believe there are rules for the claws.
8.
8? Okay.
Max damage.
And we're going to double that to 16 because it was a crit.
Okay, so you're doubling it and then doubling it again?
Yep. Okay, so it'd be
Yeah.
8. Sorry, it'd be 8 because it's 2d4. So she got... Because
Well,
remember
my
the
damage
rule.
is
She's rolling
one-
2d4 because the second d4 is because it was a crit.
My
Yeah, but when I
regular
speak, I'm a
damage
monk.
is 1d4 minus 1. That is the damage for a regular.
Because I believe don't claw attacks.
Strength. Unless you're a monk.
Yeah, but doesn't.
And she's not.
Strength, claw attacks act exactly like unarmed attacks. It's just that they use a higher damage.
Oh,
die
yeah,
skill,
so
which is
it's,
And
standard.
they do a different type.
You're right.
It's
So
just
it's
that
a
it's
d4.
1d4 instead of just 1.
So the
Well,
way,
right.
remember the way we were gonna do it is on crits you max the dice, so that's a 4, and then since
Roll another.
since in this case she rolled another d4 already and she got a max damage of 8, so we'll just say it's 7 slashing damage then.
Okay.
And Luna, you will continue to do this for the next 5 minutes, attacking Fawn. Fawn, would you like to do anything to stop her?
I can't control myself, but am I aware?
You are
Indeed.
aware, and you are just going at it with manic eyes, just continuously slashing at him.
So she's
You
not
are
aware.
a cat that is
That's the thing.
just
I'm not aware of that.
absolutely scared for her life.
Now, you're aware of your actions, but you're not in control of your body.
And June is a very attractive scratching post.
No, Fawn.
No, Fawn is.
Fawn is.
Sorry, Fawn.
Sorry, slip of the tongue.
June is laughing maniacally in front of the lies that his entire life is.
Yep. So, Fawn, I need to know, are you going to do anything about this? It's just going to be one roll. I'm not going to make you do multiple rolls for each round, because she's going to continuously attack you for the next 5 minutes.
Is she just uncoherently attack?
Like a rabid dog.
Or
Or
cat.
cat.
Or in this case, yes, a rabid cat. She's just making that high-pitched...
Definitely not Luna normal.
Yeah, very odd. She would not attack a friend.
I suppose.
So you can restrain her if you'd like.
So I can actually restrain her?
Yes,
not just
I
grapple?
will say restrain because she's not in her actual mind. Like, the way she's attacking you is like fumbling when she misses and going in again for another strike. Because I'm not going to sit here and do 5 minutes of fucking rolls. So just, what do you want to do?
Well, since she seems stronger than she normally is, I'm
No.
going to restrain.
She's not stronger, she's just the way she's acting. Alright, roll a contested... Luna, you can do acrobatics or athletics. Fawn, I need you to do athletics to try and restrain her.
6 on acrobatics. Well, before I roll, so acrobatics.
Well, it's athletics or acrobatics to,
Yes.
you know.
That's
So,
a dirty 20.
dirty 20 for you, girl?
21.
Oh!
Nice! So as you... How do you want to take her down and restrain her? How do you want to do this?
I'm going to grab one claw, spin around her, kind of put it right behind her back, and then just put her on the.
And you do so. She is restrained. She's still fighting you. Love it. And then we get to June. June, a D100, my friend.
$25.
June. The events currently unfolding in your mind. What's real? What's fake? Was my life at the orphanage real? Was it all some planned by this man? What is real? Your paranoia gets to you. I'm gonna have you roll this. Roll me a d10.
Bye.
For the next 50 hours, the next 2 days, you have disadvantage on wisdom and charisma checks, as you suffer from an extreme paranoia. And to boot, you all see inside the chamber the arms beginning to stretch as best they can within this confined space. And you all hear a voice. Give me
Well,
one
except for
second.
Vutha. Vutha is entirely.
You're
out.
paralyzed, yeah, you don't hear anything. Do, 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 do. Here we go. It's so good to be awake once again, Ascend. Do I finally get to be let out of this chamber? Now I see you have another toy. Can you hear me, little one? And you hear that in your mind, June.
Oh, he's still on the ground, just laughing, sobbing and laughing at the same time.
Like a really bad salvia trip.
How much longer are you going to keep me confined? How much longer do you think you can keep me confined, Ascent? I will get to my little Ishi. And she turns to you, Fawn. Oh, look. One of his children. Would you mind bringing your father a message to me? To him from me? Can you tell him? His little Monica is coming, so that I can embrace him once again.
Tell you what, bitch. I give her the finger.
Well. How rude. Your father should have taught you better. And again, his children were always such horrible little monsters. My dear, I think that is quite enough. Ascent walks over to the panel on the wall. Now you're going to put me asleep again. Do you think it's going to last forever? I will get out, and I will make it over to where my little Ishi sleeps. Oh, nothing's going to stop me. Nothing. You there, little one. You're a sad little imitation. Just remember that, but for now, you might be of use to get me out of here. June, roll me a wisdom saving throw at disadvantage.
Hey DM,
Yes.
just for flavor, over the course of 10 minutes, Vutha will start crying.
Gotcha. If anyone notices, I don't think they will, as everyone's a bit preoccupied.
What if she wasn't being an angry cat?
Yep.
June would if he wasn't having an existential crisis.
June, you feel ever so compelled to blast Ascent with some Eldritch Blast. Roll your 2 attacks on him.
By chance, how close is Fawn to June?
I would say about 15 feet apart, as he is right near the railing and everything.
Do I see him kind of get up and do?
Oh, I don't get up. I'm still just basically just uncurls from the fetal position, sees Ascent, and by the way, crit on one and 26 on the other.
Okay, so he is going to... Well, he can't really actually do that. He's gonna have to take both hits. Roll your damage.
Okay, so since I unfortunately closed the thing before I got the damage numbers on Roll20, we'll just on D&D Beyond we'll just go Roll20. 2 for the first one and 5 for the second. We'll say the 2 is the one that crit.
Okay, so, well, remember, the way we're doing it now for crits, you max the dice on 1, so 10, and then so plus 2 to that. So
okay,
that would be...
So that would be 17.
Plus the 5?
No, including the 5. 10
yeah, so
plus 2
yep,
plus
yep,
5,
17. So when you have it, when it lands on him, he stumbles back a foot, and you can see like a trickle of blood, like from his lips, just go down the corner of his mouth. But no, I believe you're going to be asleep a little.
What the fuck did you do to me?
Well, my little toy. You're not even a person. Not a toy. You're part of me. Well, part of me is in you. And I
That
want...
wasn't directed at her. That was directed
my
at
bad.
him.
My bad. Oh. Oh, sorry. The mind control was coming from her to you.
No, I know them. I am
Oh.
aware the mind
Oh,
control
sorry.
is
So okay,
coming
okay.
from her.
Gotcha.
This is something he would have. This was something that was in the back of his mind that he wanted to do anyway.
Gotcha.
So yeah, and this is the reason.
So Ascent.
He's basically working out his daddy issues right now.
Gotcha.
Under
So-
mind control from a demon. So that seems healthy.
So Ascent will slam a crystal button on a panel. And you see, for those of you who are still conscious, Ramiro, you can see this pink gas begin to fill the chamber that this demonic figure is in. And you just hear her go, "Oh, well, it looks like I'm going back out. Remember, child of Ishtar, tell your daddy I am coming for him again." And she just falls back asleep.
June basically has another Eldritch Blast in his hand, but the moment she goes out, I assume I regain control.
Yep.
Because otherwise, I was gonna throw Luna at you.
Cat scratch fever.
Was that has that been 10 minutes or is that not 10 minutes?
No, that is under 10 minutes. Right now, the scene is everybody is just in absolute chaos.
Well, relatively.
Ascend
Just standing there.
Ascend walks over to you, Vutha, and just kind
Perhaps
of
an Eldritch Blast again. What are you doing to her?
He doesn't say anything. For such a calm figure, he has a frustrated look on his face. He's not trying to hide it. And he just takes his staff and he whacks Vutha on the knee.
The moment that he starts swinging at her, I'm Eldritch Blasting him again.
Roll
Do
the
I
hit.
react at
Because
all?
I'm paranoid right now!
Roll the hit!
Do I react at all to
Luna
that?
would be crying.
You do once you get hit. And when you get hit, I'm going to say it's an auto hit since you're paralyzed.
Yeah.
Because that's how it works.
You wake up.
First thing I do when I wake up is call out Mirk's name. And I will say it like this. Mirk! Ow!
15 to hit for 9, and 14 to hit.
Both misses as he just, with his staff, he just bats him away. And he
Do I take any damage from that?
non-lethal.
Yes, but how much non-lethal damage?
With the staff, 6.
Okay. Ugh. What the hell? And I start wiping my face.
He goes over. You can keep trying to shoot him. He goes over to Luna now.
Who is crying?
What are you doing to her?
I am fixing the problem. You woke up.
Could you stop shooting him, please, June?
And this time, he takes out the gauntlet, and you see it glow a black color. Fawn, do you let him reach down and grab Luna's head?
If you're removing whatever is causing her to go crazy, go ahead.
With that, he reaches out and he grabs her head. And you can see him extract this red ball that is moving around chaotically. And just angrily he crushes it. Luna, you have your factory senses back about you. And you can see blood dripping from the scratches off of Fawn's face, right next to yours.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, she's bubbling, crying now as she's touching. I couldn't control myself. I'm sorry.
And Booth is
Luna,
walking up
you
going,
have not done anything wrong. I have been in bar fights far worse than anything you could.
and Booth is walking up going, okay, I seem to have missed a lot. What happened?
Well, from what I can recall, big demon bitch used magic on all y'all.
Ah, okay. And you wonder why I hate magic.
Ramiro, Ascent comes over to you and repeats the process, pulling out this orb from you.
June starts to say,
He
"What are you?"
crushes it.
Okay.
And crushes it.
Am I able to talk again?
Oh, you were babbling incoherently, but yes, you can
Right.
now-
Well, I mean, like, am I able to, like,
You can
You can
coherent.
talk-
Yes, you
talk
can coherently.
coherently.
speak.
can I grab him by the collar with both my hands?
Oh, most definitely. Anything
Yeah.
goes. It's D&D after all.
Indeed. Does a 12 do it?
He won't resist this.
What the fuck was that? I'll pull him close and snarl at him. Deeply irritated.
Let me go right now.
Yeah, I want an explanation too.
How about you talk and then I decide what to do?
Let me go right now.
And you start to see his form change. To where there was a night sky, you see, for his skin and his outfit, you start to see his skin become a bright golden color. And he grows to the size of 50 feet to where he can exit the doorway. And standing before you is an ancient gold dragon as you hang on to one of the tendrils.
Well, I mean, obviously, as he started transforming, I would have had no choice but to let go and back the fuck up. As steadfast as Ramiro would want to be, he pales in comparison to an ancient gold dragon. Good lord.
Booth is just like, I don't need no explanation. Keep your secrets.
See? Big G.
Well, I mean, maybe.
You all wanted answers. Here are the answers.
So the answer is, screw you, I'm a dragon.
I mean, that's pretty much the best answer there is, I think. That explains some things.
And then he begins to revert back into the form you know him as, with the starlight skin, an outfit. The staff returns to his hand. I fear that I've broken another one.
Who are you referring to there?
He looks at June.
You better not
Your June.
to June, Sniff.
Fawn heads over to June.
As you get close, he actually takes a step back and holds up a hand. Looks like he's prepping an Eldritch Blast at you.
Oh,
And
June,
then-
stop it! We're your
Right.
friends!
Up until 5 minutes ago, I thought that I was a normal human being who had a entity from another world, and now I just found out that it's a copy of a demon, so I'm having a birthday!
Fawn hits him on the head.
He's currently just basically fallen on the ground and is just kind of rocking back and forth.
I'm not sure why Nick is posting on the music D&D.
Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. There's 2 of them. Fuck you, I'm a dragon. What do you guys do? June is just manic. At this point, Ascent is looking at June in frustration. Not more in, like, how an experiment fails. And disappointed with the results.
I hate this place.
Fawn is looking over June, seeing if there's any medical explanation for this, or if it's more something.
Roll me Arcana.
Uther has a comment. sent
Arcana
from
wise,
Romero.
2.
You have no fucking idea what this was. Was it magic? Was it like possession, mental manipulation? You're like, I've seen a lot of shit in my life, but I have no clue.
I can help you, June.
Luther says to Ramiro, "What is it with this place and making all of our friends go crazy?"
I don't know, but I don't like it. I don't think we should come back once we leave.
Yeah,
I'm not coming back.
I do not want to come back here ever again.
Nope.
Luna will continue trying to get closer to June.
At the moment, he's just on the floor, basically face in his hands, just kind of rolling back and forth a little bit. But yeah,
Luna will
he's-
grab him
Can I will.
and hold him and put his head in her lap.
We should probably leave. Do you want me to
Give me a
carry you,
sec.
June?
Uther is going to head for the exit, hoping to find an exit, because, yeah, this place is crazy.
Okay, as you grab June, he reaches out and grabs your hand, and then sees it's you and just goes, and just kind of collapses back, and
It's okay, June.
A little echoey, Luna.
like, he sounds like he's having trouble breathing, but he's not really doing anything else at the moment.
Luna will sing a soft lullaby, and she is a bard. To calm him.
Uther is not, her race is not very known for their soft, comfy feelings, so she's just going to search for an exit.
Roll the performance, Luna.
Well, on a bad day, my performance would be a plus 11, but it's a plus 20.
Plus 20?
25.
Yeah,
It's a
June,
25.
you're feeling comforted. Paranoia still remains, but your manicness is calming.
Like she would be singing you sometimes can't control where you came from, but you can control where you go.
As you get to the end of the song, he just kind of closes his eyes for a second. Thank you. And sits up and tries to climb, and clambers up to his.
I would help you, but I got a -1 in strength.
Ramiro can help you.
How's her luck on finding an exit?
Oh, the door, the big gate door, or the 50-foot tall doors leading into this chamber are still open.
Alright.
You can go into the previous room where the you had initially entered.
Mm-hmm.
However, the archway remains closed.
Yo, Dragon Dude. Not for nothing, but I'm done with Crazy Town. I'd like out.
He just kind of stares at June. He lifts up his staff and points it towards the exit. And woof, woof, you see the purple and white energy.
And I walk out.
Luna will grab June's hand. Let's go.
June will give it a squeeze and let go. Go on. I have questions, and I suspect that this one has answers.
Are you sure you want to be alone?
Ascent is just kind of looking at you with, like, the disappointment of a father to his son.
DM, what time is it outside of the lab?
Well, you're probably looking at when you got here about 11, I'd probably say about 11:30.
You can come back another day, June. Or you've got a better clear head. And you've had time to go through what you know now.
He just kind of takes a deep breath in.
DM,
Yeah.
can I get a private
right.
chat with you real quick?
And leaves.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, June's leaving with us.
June's leaving with you guys.
Yep.
One quick thing. We'll take a small break. I'll do a quick chat with Vutha here. Before... Fawn, you're leaving as well, right?
Yeah, Fawn follows after looking at us.
Ascent will kind of grab your arm in, like, the motion to, like, just stop for a moment.
He stops.
June stops as well.
June, you'll have to make a perception check as he's going to whisper this to Fawn.
Oh, I'm not listening in on it.
Oh, okay, never mind.
I'm not leaving someone in my party in this room alone.
Gotcha.
As Ramiro was standing next to June, he would probably be listening.
Then roll a perception check, as this is
Nosy.
not meant for your ears.
Of course not.
Lumina's got giant ears, so she will listen.
Plus, I have good hearing. 17.
Perception. That's a...
I think you cut out.
That's a 19, sorry.
Both of you hear nothing and understand nothing.
Okay.
Fawn, we will have a private conversation in a moment. I would like to have Fawn come with me. I will move you up to a channel quickly.
Before,
And then we'll do you, yes.
Okay.
real quick before that, Ramiro would just pat June on the shoulder. Alright, never mind. I'll do that after.
5-minute break, guys. So, I'm going to deal with them quickly.
Cool.
So, Fawn first. Fawn,
Yes.
He whispers to you, in Elvish. You understand Elvish, I believe, right?
Yes.
He whispers to you and puts in your hand a pendant. There is not much more time. We need you to be ready for when he returns, for all hell will break loose on this earth. On this planet. You as well are meant to be a champion. Now be one. And he lets you go.
Fawn keeps on going.
Yes. What's up? Okay. Alright guys, we'll take a short break here and we'll be back in 5 minutes.
Cool.
Michelle, you ready?
Yep.
Okay.
As soon as Vutha exits the portal, she's going to seek out Arlen and ask to go back.
To go back home?
Go back home, yes.
Gotcha.
She wants to head back to the Desert Kingdom, and it's too much for her. She feels that she has left Merrick behind and that she's gotten way too involved in things that don't matter to her. Merrick matters more.
Gotcha. Alright, we'll have
So
that
she's going to shadow step and will not be there.
Huh?
She's going to shadow step and be gone by the time they exit.
Gotcha. So who's still here?
Hello.
You guys enjoying tonight?
E.
As a player, yes. As a character, not at all.
You're not supposed to.
I know. Literally everything in this guy's place is an affront to everything Ramiro believes in.
Yep, so
And to boot, the guy's a fucking dragon.
Yep, a gold dragon of all things.
So
And I
does that make June partial dragon?
Well, not really. More, I'd say, maybe adopted. But he didn't stick around.
So when she said son of Ishtar, was she referring to Vaughn or
The
June?
father, yes.
Yeah, but who was she directing the comment toward?
Toward Fawn.
Toward Fawn.
That's what I thought. I was just making sure. He's a dragon.
Oh my god.
You guys had that information before.
I didn't know
Your
he was.
father's a dragon!
I didn't know his father was a dragon. No one told Ramiro that.
He's
And
Naram's
no one
father.
told-
He's Naram's father.
Ooh.
Because remember me telling you guys that Narm's mother is Queen Naga of Reptitor.
Oh, so the son of Ishtar is Naram. Okay.
No.
I see.
No.
Oh,
No.
then what are you saying to me?
No.
Ascent
Naram-
is Narm's father.
Yes, Ascent is Naram's father.
Right.
He was not referring to Naram.
So-
Jumbo-sized Monica was referring to one of the party.
Right. Did she indicate as to whom?
No one incited.
I was kind of in the middle of babbling my brains in.
Yeah, so you couldn't have.
Only one person that saved knows.
Okay, are we all back?
Yep.
Okay. When you all exit the portal, Vutha is nowhere to be seen. The guard is like, okay, so, wasn't there one more of you?
Yes, she came out before us.
I
Wait,
didn't see her.
what?
There you go.
June turns around immediately, goes back through the portal, and walks up to Ascent. Where is she?
Where is who? And he's shutting the two large doors.
Vutha. She went through the portal. She's not on the other side. Where is she?
She's not here.
I can see that. Where did she go after she went through that portal? Where did you send her?
The portal leads to one place and one place alone. It is a set destination. It is the castle.
Well, then your guard is doing a shit job because she didn't come out the other side, apparently.
There's only one way to go. You failed little experiment. Get out of my eyes. Get out of my sight.
When you tell me where she is. And this is the part where I really, really wish that I wasn't paranoid right now, because, yeah, otherwise, normally he would just drop it and look for her, but right now he's paranoid and convinced that he did something with her. I, the player, know that that's
Yep,
not
I know,
what
I know,
happened,
I know,
but
I know.
June does not know that's not what happened.
And I'm well aware an Ascent says I did nothing with her. I'm more preoccupied with getting you ready for when he returns. You have a much bigger job in this picture. I am out of time. You are the last thing I need going wrong. I've spent 1,000 years trying to make someone who can defeat him. I do not have time for your incoherent babbling child. I will not play the part of a father.
Who the fuck would want you for a father? Where is Vutha?
Get out.
I will get out when you tell me where she is, or you present her to me. I don't care when.
Fine. J262 Hunt down the lizard folk. That's the scaly one. Yes, the scaly one, the black scales. The one that looks like a reptile. Go get her and bring her to...
June would walk over to him and say, "You kill her, you die. You hurt her, you die slow."
Bring her unharmed to him. And he turns away and leaves through one of the side doors. Now get out! Now!
He turns and leaves.
The rest of us see the big infernal June just
Oh
bound
yeah,
out.
just
through the portal.
bound out and you see him.
Oh, where are you going, big guy?
Followed by regular June shouting after him, "Remember, you are not to hurt her! If you're actually finding her and not just going to whatever jail cell you got her hidden in, I just..."
And you just kind of see him bounding off in... Well, there's only two directions, down one hallway, down the other. He will go... away from the way you guys came.
Follow him. What's his movement speed?
His movement speed is 40.
Cool.
He
Me
can
too.
He can also jump. What about the rest
Me
of
too.
you?
Romero, don't worry, he's going to get Vutha.
No.
And he...
Cool. So where did the rest of you go? Ramiro.
Well, I mean, I will have heard June said that. So
Oh, okay.
stop.
So you'll stop.
Oh. That was weird.
Yes, apparently he didn't. He claims he didn't take Vutha and didn't do anything with her, so he sent that one off to go find her, quote unquote. Hopefully, he'll actually hold through and bring her back in one piece, but you know.
Maybe she just needed some space. That was a lot.
I have absolutely no idea what's going on. The guard's just like, what the fuck was that?
You guys don't know what he's
that's
doing in there?
That's June's new brother we found out about.
He looks at you. He looks down the hallway. He looks at you, June. He looks down the hallway.
Magic.
Yeah, I'm just as surprised as you are.
There is a family resemblance.
I don't really want to know.
No,
I don't really
please,
want to
for the love
know.
of God, never say that again.
Can I just take you back to the room I was supposed to be done a while ago with guard duty?
Sure.
Why would they assign you to us?
Go ahead.
Yeah, well, you know, we work in shifts. We're not like robots or anything. So you guys make your way back. However, we are going to jump ahead to Vutha. Vutha, you make your way back to the room unaccompanied. The guards look at you like, what are you doing? Where's your escort?
I don't need one anymore.
Okay, well, get back in your room.
Where's
Man.
Arlen?
Arlen is inside talking to Heather. It's like, they've been gone for quite a while. I don't really know what's going on here.
Take me back.
What do you mean take you back? Take you back home?
Yes.
No, I can't until this is all settled. I can't take you home.
Why not?
We're in their land. Their vizier gave explicit instructions. I can't leave. What about Trissa? What about your friend Trissa?
She played her deck. I won out.
Alright. I'll ask for permission from the captain if I can take you back.
Thank you.
For now, just have a seat. Just not much going on where mostly the two of us are getting ready for bed.
Sooner the better.
And I'd say at this
Can I
point,
sit down?
about 5 minutes later, you guys would come strolling in, and the guard would be like, "All right, everyone, back into your rooms." And you all kind of file into the room.
Would we see Vutha?
Would you be taking one of the side beds, or would you kind of be out in the, like what would be like the couch area, you know, like living room?
Couch area. Just sitting there,
Oh, good.
sort of staring off.
Oh, look, it's
Oh, thank God. That's Oh shit.
That should be fun.
Oh.
Well, your brother, he's probably getting here shortly.
And you hear the guards go like, "Oh my God, what is that? Man at arms!" Oh, hold on, Candy.
Yeah,
that got echoey pretty much.
June
Like,
June pokes his head out the door and goes, "Hey, J269, we found him. You can head back now.
I give her to you, though.
Yeah, she's right here. You gave her to me. Good job!"
He kind of fits in the door, kind of like with his large frame, kind of cracking it a bit. You can hear the bending of wood. He picks up Vutha, I guess, if she'll...
Utha starts struggling and just gives him the death glare and starts just absolutely fighting back.
Okay, contested strength then. Because he's supposed to follow orders.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, not very good.
As he's picking her up, June walks over
And that's
to him.
10.
He beats you with a 14.
Yeah, as he's picking her up, June walks over and just lays a hand on her arm and says, "There, see, you brought her to me. Fantastic." Then just pats him on the shoulder. "You did a great job, big bro. Now, why don't you head back? I'm sure he needs help."
He kind of gives you this, like, orcish-y, toothy smile with jagged teeth and things like that. And he just kind of... Brum, 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 brum.
I mask of many faces to make my teeth look like his and smile back.
Just kind of disappears, and the guards are like,
How did he get up here? What?
Presumably the
As
same way
soon
we
as
did.
I let go,
I mean,
I shake off June's hand and I tell them, "I'm sleeping outside tonight."
Is something
And I, like,
wrong, Vutha? Vutha, come back!
there is a balcony that you could sleep out on. It's... For you, it's a dry warm, but it's a comfortable dry warm. Not like the swamp, to where it's muggy warm, but it's compromisable.
And that's where I sleep.
And Vutha, for the night,
Vutha?
goes to sleep.
Vutha, you want a blanket?
I gave you a death glare if you bring a blanket for me.
Vutha? Luna's ears will, like, lower to her head like she's done something wrong. If you want to talk, Vutha, I'm all ears.
yes.
Turns around and does not look at you.
She goes in, sulking. like a sad kitty.
June has already collapsed on the bed.
Ramiro will spend some time praying to Malor, hoping that a meteor crashes on that place and burns it to the ground.
That might release June's bed.
We can always kill it.
What do the rest of you do? Fawn, what do you do after the events? While you're getting ready for bed, I guess.
Fawn's probably in a chair, just thumbing over the mask that he had been wearing, kind of just contemplating the events of.
Luna, what about yourself?
Luna is feeling frustrated that she wants everybody to be happy and it seems to be all falling apart around her.
Well, you all contemplate the events that happen. We're going to switch over to a jail cell. One island away within the volcano. Trissa, you sit in a dimly lit prison cell, accompanied by Worthington and an old, beaten-up warforge. Plates have been stripped off of it. It's in its very basic component form. Sparks fly every now and then, lighting up the cell. Trissa, what is going through your mind?
So much that it's impossible to link to one single thought. It's just a jumble.
You hear the creak of metal. Honey, you look like shit.
I don't even twitch.
Huh. You look lost, like... Well, it doesn't matter, I guess. The Warforged kind of turns, looking at the other guy. You're all ready to give up, I guess, huh? Yeah. I'm in that boat, too. I don't even know who I am. But here I am. Sitting in a jail cell. Ready to die for a good cause. How about the two of you? You ready to die? Worthington kind of looks up. No, I'm not ready to die. I have so much that I wanted to live for. She's not the talkative type. Is she? Well, I'm gonna rest my weary bolts. You just kind of hear like a low hum. Trissa. As the scene kind of panders out, we exit the volcano. We go far off into the ocean, down, deep into the depths. The currents flow. And the sound of chains can be heard beneath the waves. And the sound rattles within your mind. And you feel the cold wetness begin to slip around your body. And you hear a feminine voice say, "You've given up, haven't you?" Do you come again? Speak up a little bit.
Didn't say anything.
Have you given up? Because from where I sit, you don't care anymore. And if you don't care about your revenge, what good are you as a follower? As the chains, you feel them begin to wrap around you. And they kind of start snaking around your torso and your arms, these cold, wet chains. And then they begin to wrap around your neck. Slowly. Any reaction from Trissa, or does she still sit there?
She wants to react, but she can't bring herself to react. She just starts to close her eyes at this point.
Off in an evidence locker, the holy symbol of Trissa lays on a shelf, cracked in two, and it splits. Broken into two pieces. The following morning, you all wake up. What you do when you all wake up?
So we'll check with Arlen.
Luna will check on Vusa and all her friends.
Maybe we should go see Trissa.
When you come into June's room, you see the box that you've come to us that you've seen him put out and that caused during it when he's entertaining and that's caused madness, and you can hear something playing as the lid is open.
FBI, open up.
Yes. Yeah,
Okay, I've
nothing.
subjected you to enough of that.
Okay.
But yeah. So, carry on.
Do you want to go see Trista?
Who
Yeah.
are you talking to?
Luna's asking, because he had suggested that, Romero suggested it.
Will we go see Trissa?
Yes, let's go see Trista.
Yeah.
We should get some food on the way, though. I'm hungry. I bet she is, too. They feed you like shit in prisons.
You guys can have food brought to you.
Can we have extra food brought to us?
I mean, you're still guests, so yes, you can have extra food brought to you.
I wonder if we can hide this. I don't think
Do
they're
we
gonna
need
let
to?
us. You think they're gonna let us bring in nice food for a prisoner?
I'm gonna put it in my pockets anyway.
Okay. You still have your outfits from the party the night before, unless you would want to request new clothes.
Well, I look fabulous in that outfit. Why not?
Well, were we intending on staying the night before?
No.
Nah, you were more so forced to kind of stay the night.
Like, in our initial planning of this evening, were we intending on staying the night?
No, we were not.
So, DM, what happens with me checking out Arlen?
Arlen is kind of getting up. He had requested new clothes. His clothes from the night before are kind of just folded and kind of put away. Heather decides to wear the same outfit as the previous day, as she doesn't like what they brought her. She's like too gaudy. So you guys will head over to the prison?
In my fabulous outfit.
Yep.
Yeah, looking pretty sharp. Little worn, maybe.
You are
Then
escorted
we'll
by...
stay behind with Arlen.
Okay.
Lucy, are you coming to go visit Tris with us?
No.
You are escorted by the royal guards over to the island that holds the prison. The prison of the Black Grasp, as some call it. The Onyx Grasp. You guys
Once again, not exactly like overtly casing the place, but like paying attention.
Ro
Just in
meets
case.
up with you all at the
Can't
station. Huh?
Can't hear you.
Ro meets up with you all at this guard post that you had gone by before. Ramiro. The three of you that have gone. They give the password.
Password.
Password 1234.
Is it the same
moon
password,
midnight-
or does it change?
The moon's midnight blue bleeds green.
Right.
Changes.
Did it? Of course.
Yeah. So what's the new one?
The dawn's sunrise brings the seagulls.
Nice.
and you're allowed to pass through. And when you make it around the corner to where you remember Triss's cell is, you see tons and tons of guards. But you also see several humans. One that looks like they're a medic of some sort in a white coat. And they are taking a body out of the cell.
Whose body?
It's covered in a white sheet.
June, upon seeing this, immediately rushes forward, rips the sheet off.
You see Trissa lying on the gurney, chain marks around her neck.
Luna will scream.
The smell of sea salt of the ocean is upon her body.
Is Ro there?
Yeah, that was my question.
What? What happened here?
You said something I didn't hear.
Sorry, I have suppression on because of the little guy.
What happened here? Why is she dead?
It's funny, I was going to ask you
that
question.
is exactly. June runs up, grabs him by the collar, and says, "What the fuck did you do to her?"
Luna will throw herself at Trissa, crying, "No!"
Doc, what happened? Well, from my examination, she died from strangulation, as the markings around the neck imply. And time of death? Well, I put that around 3 in the morning.
June would basically let go of Ro, run over to the doc, grab him by the collar, and say, "Who did this?"
We've been interrogating the other inmates, and they just said they saw her tense up slightly, and then nothing, and then she just went slack.
Then you're useless. He pushes him aside, stalks into the cell, and
You have Worthington?
casts detect thoughts as he's doing that. What's that?
Yeah, you have Worthington in the cell, who's still chained up.
Just walks right up to Worthington, grabs him, and digging into his mind says, "Who did this?"
He'll tell you, I don't know.
And
Nope.
I assume his brain tells me the same thing.
Same thing. He's like, I don't know. I mean, it was just us. That's
And
it.
I am now digging into his brain to find out what he saw.
Go ahead. What's the DC on that?
6.
Yeah, that's a fail. That's a 6 plus 2. As you dig farther in to his mind, he just kind of... You see Trissa's head, like, raised up looking at the ceiling. And you can see an impression in her neck, invisible. You can see it around her waist and around her arms. And you watch it for a few minutes. And then her body goes limp. When you saw her, the watery hair that Trissa had was no more. Her head was just blue and bald.
And that's her. Wait, that's her body as she was carried out, or
As her body that was carried out. Like when you saw her in the vision, as she slumped over, her hair kind of just splashed to the ground like water.
try and heal using healing light in her grief.
As you do, the warmth of your patron flows through you and into Trissa, and nothing.
She will do it again.
Again, the warmth of your patron flows in, to with no effect.
Yeah, June would come raging out of there, walk right up to Ro, and say, and create in an illusion the appearance of Trissa being strangled by invisible chains. And again, with detect thoughts up, digging into his brain, finding out, and as he verbally says, "What do you have that does this?" And
We don't have anything that does that.
I need a wisdom save from him because I'm verifying that what he's saying is true because I'm still paranoid.
That one.
Okay, I'm digging into his brain very deeply.
He's like, we have chains, but not invisible fucking chains like snakes. Like,
And
he's
who do you have in here that can do this? That could do this? Who in here could do this? Because they are dead. They are dead several times over, and they are going to suffer before they die. Now, who could do this?
We don't have anyone that can do this. She was under watch, under guard. The guards saw nothing. We questioned the inmates from what the doc said. Nothing. She just wound up dead in the morning. She was meant to be put on trial. We don't unjustly just kill people.
Then bring me the guards that were here during the time, and I'm going to question them.
They're right behind you.
Then I go and I question them. Again, I'm psychically probing into each one of them as I do so.
And you get no thoughts.
Calmly asks Ro, by chance, do you still have her holy symbol?
It's in evidence, but I'll have it brought here.
When you probe their minds, there's no mind to probe. As it is a machine.
In that case, I begin working on the doctor.
The doctor save? He saves. So you cannot, and then when you try and dig in, and they... If I remember correctly, with the spell, if you probe in and you succeed, do they know that you did that?
If I succeed, no. If they succeed, they know that I'm. If they succeed, the spell ends. Either way, the target knows I'm probing its mind.
So succeed or fail, they know.
Yes. And I'm now, like I said, I recast it and dig back in his brain again because again, paranoid. I'm convinced that one of these people is responsible for killing Trissa, and I'm gonna figure out who it is.
Okay, Ro's gonna roll an insight on that. Roll I guess a deception. Or are you making this blatantly obvious?
Oh, I'm not hiding this.
Oh,
no,
yeah.
I'm very blatantly digging into people's brains at this point because I am pissed.
He's gonna
I am a pissed off paranoid who just had his paranoia confirmed.
He's gonna grab you.
I don't know what mind games you are playing. You better stop right now or I'm gonna end up throwing you in one of these cells. We are getting to the bottom of it. Now knock it off.
Well, clearly you're not getting to the bottom of it, so I'm going to.
As you are arguing with Ro, Another guard escorted by 2 of the Black Grasp guards brings out a little sack, and he presents it to Ro. So here, this is her symbol. He dumps it out into his hand. It is cracked in 2.
That's ill tidings.
Luna, in his hysteria, kind of looks up. What happens to a cleric whose symbol's been cracked?
Religion 20.
Anybody else want to make a religion check on that? Because, yeah.
Fun can try.
16.
2.
Not good.
Those who got a 15 and above would know they typically lose their power. Someone roll me... Those who succeeded that check with religion, roll me a straight intelligence check.
19.
14.
Anybody else?
Luna kind of failed when
Okay.
she asked the question, but she failed it regardless.
Ramiro, considering Trissa's claim of who she used to be, saying that she was Claire Masgard, that she was human, that she was the wife of Cameron O'Dara. The body you see before you when she was alive might have been a deal with some ill-meant goddess, giving her another chance at revenge, considering how she struck out at him at the party. And now that you see the symbol, you kind of put 2 and 2 together.
You're familiar with the god?
That whatever pact she made with the god,
I mean, like the actual god. Is it a known god?
it's not a well-known god. So it'd be a pretty difficult religion check, but whatever deal Trissa had made, the broken holy symbol kind of makes your heart sink into the pit of your stomach.
Yeah, that's not good.
You're roboting a little bit. Say that again.
That's not good.
Does he explain?
Would you care to elaborate?
I mean, whatever. If she said it was true, whether she was.
Lynn, go ahead and disconnect and reconnect to Discord. Your connection is not as good.
Cool.
Stop that music.
Is this better?
Oh, much better.
So, if Tris's claim about who she was is true, maybe she did die, made a deal with some kind of god, maybe. She's gone.
make a deal with mine.
Or mine.
Triss, come back.
Ro kind of turns to the guards. Breathes in heavily. Take the body to the mortuary.
No!
And as
Fond
guards?
dreads, Luna.
As the guards round the corner, you see for the last time Trissa. You've come to know over a long time. You see her face disappear behind the black onyx stone. And she is gone. The sounds in the hallway are of Luna weeping. Well, the rest of you kind of do what?
Fawn is comforting Luna.
Ramiro's just standing there, not saying anything.
The last time you guys saw June twitching this much, he turned into Monica.
Does Fawn see this?
I don't think he's trying to hide it, so I'd say yes.
Nope.
June, you gonna be alright?
Eventually, maybe.
Luna, while crying and sobbing, grabs her laurel from the back and starts strumming it and casts protection from good and evil on June. And she sings the sad song.
I would say you just sing it. You wouldn't have your instrument with you.
Well, it's attached to the instrument.
That'd be fine. Ro kind of turns to you all, understanding the situation. On behalf of myself and the Kingdom of Brackmore, I'm sorry for your loss. I wish it hadn't come to this. Your presence is no longer needed here. You are free to return home.
He's coping.
Do you guys want to fast travel it back home with Arlen?
Where's Cameron O'Dara?
Cameron had been alerted earlier to the events as it happened. He had requested any information and updates about Trissa to be brought to him immediately. I assume he's probably gone.
Really?
You told us.
This is news to me. All I was told last night, he wanted updates. Medic was Odar updated on the situation.
Is he still here?
Well, I believe that the man you're referring to probably would be receiving an update at the moment right now.
Oh, that's good. Where's his rooms at?
June? No. No, you're thinking
no,
no.
I just want to comfort a grieving widower.
Nice.
In all honesty, I think at this point, we all know that she was his ex.
Sir, I'm going to have to suggest that you not do anything rash while here. He is still considered an envoy of peace in this scenario. To have you attack him would put Reptator and our alliance in a rocky situation.
No. I'm not going to attack him. Why would I do that?
Certainly do not represent Repertoire in this situation.
Go home. Okay,
Fun grabs June's shoulder.
what's the word? Go home and mourn your loss.
Be sure that her body's returned to Reptatar.
No. No, stop. No. We're going to talk to someone about bringing children back.
So she can have a proper funeral.
We're going to talk to someone about bringing someone else back.
If what you said, true is true, big fella. Can she be brought back if by the whole god thing? She made a deal with a god. He looks at you, Ramiro. Ro does.
I didn't really hear you. I'm sorry.
Ro looks towards you and asks you if she made a deal with a god to be brought back already. Like, can she be brought back again?
I have no fucking idea.
I don't know either.
We can at least try.
You might want to check with somebody back home. We'll make sure her body gets back.
Good, because I'm thinking that Cameron may try to pull some.
Exactly how firmly are you holding on to June's shoulder right now?
If he tries to go anywhere, he's gonna squeeze down. He's on a pressure point.
Men, please escort them back to their room so that they may leave.
Hey, DM.
Yes.
Has Arland already gotten passage to Uther?
He had gotten approval, yes.
Hey, what the hell?
As soon
Stop
as
it.
Arland got approval, I would have already been gone.
And I'm going to Well, I guess I'm going to have to come back for the others then. Mr. Race, are you coming with as well? No, I think I'll stay and wait for the others.
Stop it.
So, Arlen teleports you back to Repertoire.
I
And
will stop by the mansion for my clothes. And if they catch me, that's where they'll catch me.
okay. He's like, well, I have to go back for the others. This will expend a bit of energy, but I think it's good to be home.
Indeed. And I walk away.
Do you guys go back to the room without any confrontation?
June attempts to head out and search for the rooms, but presumably Fawn's got him under control at this point, so no confrontation.
Yeah. He's seen how he is. He cannot be trusted at this point. For right now.
Okay.
As a friend, I'm bringing you this way.
As you all return to the room,
Really? Come on, dudes.
Heather kind of sits there waiting for you all, and she sees the looks on your face. On all of your faces. Why do you look all so... Don't tell me something happened.
Oh no, nothing happened. We just have a delegate from Milan to kill because he's responsible for Triss's death. It's great.
Fawn karate chops June on the head.
June, I'm going to say for this, first, do a hit. Because I think I know you're trying to knock him out at this point, right?
Yeah.
Okay, roll the hit.
17.
17.
Yeah, my AC is 12.
I'm going to say a con save from you, June. It's going to be the strike to hit.
I just had a fucking dark thought.
Yeah, no, that's 3.
June is out. Chop.
Fawn tosses him over his shoulder.
Fawn, I don't even know what to say.
Things happen. What happened with her is beyond. But for now, let's go home.
As you say that,
Here, how do you
what?
get go this way?
Oh, there's a latch on the back, on the lower side. Pop it. Feel around for it. It's a latch. You pop it, and yep, there you go. It takes about 10 minutes for Arlen to pop back in. Well, the ride is here. Everybody ready to go home?
Where's Vutha?
She went ahead. She was insisting on going. It's expending quite a bit of energy. But I can kind of tell no one wants to be here anymore. So, off we go then.
Yep.
Alright. You guys make it back. And Vutha, what do they find you doing?
I put back on my normal clothes and I am packing the saddlebags onto desk bike.
Lisa? Luna looks like disaster blown over.
Did you want something? I'm busy.
Are you going somewhere?
Yes. I'm gonna ask Membrane if I can tag along with him.
Why?
Because as far as I'm concerned, Merrick is what matters now.
But we need your help. I need your help.
Merrick needs help.
Triss is dead.
What?
She died at the jail. And poor Luna will break down, babbling, trying to explain what happened.
June would begin sharing his conspiracy theories, but he's currently unconscious over Fawn Shoal.
Coming out to meet you all in the front. Now, why does it look like you all have come from a funeral? As, Nicholas steps out.
Triss is dead!
Oh my.
Did they kill her? I thought they wanted a trial or something.
She died in the cell overnight.
But
They
does,
think it's her god.
What? That makes no sense.
Show her her Triss's thing.
Yeah, I'll pull out the holy symbol that I'm just going to assume I was looking at anyway.
they have no more use for it.
What?
They would have no more use for it. Ro and the guard would
Yeah,
have no more use for it at this point.
Can
it's broken.
Can I hold on to it?
Sorry, I'm having issues hearing. Maybe
No,
my,
Luna asked if she could hold on to the symbol thing.
Yeah, I will give it to Luna.
Well, where is her body?
They said
Yeah,
they
my question as well.
would be bringing it back here.
When she gets back here, her body, then do you want me to make with the bitey bite?
You can
Yeah,
you can do that?
Typically, if she turns out more like an undead thrall, kind of mindless, typically the more, brain functional undead that I can create, usually would I have to kill them myself. But if she's already dead, you probably won't get much.
yeah, no.
My deity told me that if we go talk to a guy in the south, he can explain how to bring people. But I don't know if we can bring her back with a god promise, or a god breaking their promise or oath.
Typically, probably not. When you make a deal with a god, you kind of got to stick to it, kind of like what I'm dealing with my mother. He's
Look,
kind of sipping on his tea.
What if another deity is willing to bring her back?
Well, unless someone was watching over her, she's probably just gone.
yeah, Luna.
But for me,
No!
that's none of my business. Takes a sip of his tea and kind of walks back inside.
What a meme lord.
I didn't know much about Trissa,
Well, I got the reference.
I know.
Hermit.
and as much as she was a friend to all of you, she didn't really open up around me. And I do wish you all the best. But I need to make my own journey here. And this is just too much.
But I thought you liked journeying with us.
I did. But Merrick comes first. And
Well, if you think that you can find him by yourself, you can head off. But I can guarantee if you stay with us, we'll help you look.
You know, I'm really glad
We'll
your mom got us
totally
this
find
thing.
him.
I worry. The more time he goes missing, the more chance he'll have died. Not even a warrior's death.
Well, I mean, if he is a warrior, he should be capable.
Yeah, but then there's this virus. Now Triss is gone.
This is the time we should stick together, though.
June, I don't know what to make of your god, or whatever she is.
June's unconscious.
Oh.
Yeah, he's currently flopped over Fawn's shoulder.
But I would phrase it, I don't want to know what to make of June's god, but it's beyond me.
But it doesn't seem to be June. So,
June's awesome. You're awesome. It doesn't matter where we came from. It just matters what we did and what we do.
Fine. I'll stay with you guys for a little longer. But I can't handle any more insanity. Too much.
In all honesty, you do bring some of that with you.
Oh, I'm so glad someone said it.
Luna was crying, but she kind of laughed.
not to offend anyone, but we're all kind of fucking crazy. But it works. We work. It would be, I mean, with no disrespect, stupid to split up and go by yourself.
I suppose you're right.
We're way better as a team anyway.
Who would have thought a singing cat would actually be the sane one of the group?
It's like a bad joke. So a bear or resident.
Sorry, go ahead.
Walk into a bar. No, I'm just kidding.
I love you guys. The babbling continues at this time, crying happily as she tries to pull you all into a hug.
Oh,
It would be an interesting
slowly
sight.
pats you on the head.
Luna is trying to do a group hug.
Wait, hold on. Fawn sets June down and smacks him.
Where? Why?
We're hugging! Hug!
Rise and shine, sunshine.
I'm just going to ignore everything else and follow the hug. And goes over and joins the group.
Fist of love.
How tall is Luna, by the way?
I think average height for a cat person.
So like 5 foot.
Well, this looks quite touching. Guys,
Join
you,
us!
6 to 7 feet tall.
Wow, so I'm pretty
So
tall
6 foot,
in
6
human
and a half.
standards.
you guys see,
Wow, I pictured Luna to be way shorter. I'm sorry.
you
Maybe
guys,
she is short.
you guys see Elmore kind of sitting in the doorway, looking at you all.
You want to join in?
No, I don't believe this is my moment. I'm just kind of happy to see that there's some, you know, smiles going around.
Only better than the alternative.
I just gotta try and find a way.
I couldn't help but feel something odd out here. June, are you feeling all right? I've get this weird sensation about you.
Yeah,
No.
that's a no.
No, I am not.
He's more crazy than he normally is.
We think he got cursed.
I cannot describe how offended I am by that, but since it is 100% true, I cannot disagree.
I can't do much to repay you all for rescuing me from, at least, like, kind of looks over his shoulder a little bit, like what happened before. He comes over and puts kind of losing the words, he puts a hand on your shoulder, June, and casts Greater Restoration on you. That's just, I just felt something negative from you. I don't know if it was from my time being ensnared or something, but, it felt wrong. Just gross.
Here's the thing. As he was reaching toward me, I would have been reaching up at the same time to grab his hand, but I would have stopped. So we'll just continue the scene as.
I can't repay you enough. Just consider this a small gesture. And he kind of heads back inside.
Well, should we end it there?
We have one more scene to do.
Alright.
Over the next few days, as you all get ready and packed up, Fawn, you notice that the obsidian black sword and the shield that Crick had has gone missing. And that following sunrise, in the church of Soon, a crack appears on the statue of Soon herself. And over the next couple days, as you all prepare to head south or head west to Tanya, the crack grows ever larger. And on the final day, the crack on the face chips away, and behind the stone, an eye opens up, and there sits, I believe, a green emerald eye. Pat?
He's muted.
Damn it. Patrick.
I'm sorry. What were you saying?
Behind the statue, behind the face of the statue of Soon, as it chips away, a piece of stone falls away to reveal the fair skin as a red strand of hair falls down and the eye opens up. And a green emerald eye shines behind the eyelid. Green eyes, right?
Yes. Green blue.
Where's this stone again?
The statue of Soon
Which was where?
is where Trissa had visited before.
Is that in the town?
That's in Reptitor, yes.
Okay.
And on the final day that you are all ready to leave, Luna, you get your flying broom.
Yes! And she puts it in her bag of holding.
And the project for, I believe, Ramiro was next on that list.
That was done before we left.
Was that done before? Yours was a necklace, though, right? What was
Yeah,
yours?
no, but I mean, like, Luna's order was done before we left.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
She had
Luna's...
it before.
No, Luna's, you would have it the following week.
Whatever.
Logistics.
We'll say she has it. But was yours... Hers was first, and then yours was next, right?
Right.
So... Babushka will get working on yours next. While sitting off in the corner, Luna, you see the adamantite plate that Trissa had ordered. And as you make your way back, picking up your flying broom and trying it out for the first time...
Well, if she'd seen a plate that Trissa had ordered, she probably would have
Technically, it was the gauntlet
explained
shorter.
to the guy. Well, she would have explained to the person Trissa was dead, and could she take it if there was anything that needed to be paid.
I think it was actually paid in full.
It was paid in
Okay.
full. She's like, well, dearie, I can finish making it as a memento in her honor, and then you can take it.
Thank you.
So, the necklace that you wanted will take, I think... Hold on. We're going to wrap this up here. Luna, as you're flying back, standing in front of the mansion, I will let Pat describe his new character.
Well, let's just say June recognizes her.
Okay, but describe her.
Describe her, dude. Describe her first. Then
How
do
about I
that.
get the picture? How would I get the picture? You see her. She looks like she has no idea what's going on. Like, she doesn't seem like there's anything going on in her head.
Excuse me? Luna would say.
As the moment he sees her, June would immediately run up to her, detect thoughts.
Pat, what's in your character's head?
Say, where am I? This place is familiar. What? Did you just kind of see her look at her hand, and it's just like, she's like engrossed by her hand, and her thoughts are just like, what the hell's going on?
Also, Luna would be now wearing the broken necklace. She probably would have either glued it or taped it, whatever she could have done.
Meanwhile, Vutha is more concerned with preparations and is doing some last-minute work with
Gotcha.
Death Spike to try to train him.
Luna, when you touch the... I assume it was the two broken halves of
Yeah,
Trissa's.
she just probably, like I said, tied it or glued it together as a memento she would be wearing it.
When you grab it, you do not feel a crack at all.
When I see it, I'm going to reach out for it and rip it off from her neck.
No.
Well, here's the thing.
I'm gonna do a perception.
June is
on
still standing between you and everyone else, and I would assume that since he's still checking your surface thoughts, he would see your reaction to that thing when you see it.
It would be, I need to get rid of it.
Actually, the opposite, Pat.
Okay.
As you grab it, water begins to drip off of your hands, and the symbol of Calypso melts away, revealing beneath it all the symbol of Soon, whole as one piece, kept safe by the love of Luna.
And she's gonna look at it.
The moment that happens, June would just basically just wrap his arms around her and yell, "Trissa!" and just give her a hug.
At this point, Vutha would turn around going, "What the heck?"
Yeah, you'd
Now
hear a
there's
commotion.
dog pile. There's now a dog pile in the
Or a
front
cat
yard.
pile, I suppose.
Bear pile, dog,
Alright,
bear,
I
cat
should, I
pile.
should also point out that she's now a bit shorter.
Oh, I think we just came to the conclusion Luna was short for a tabaxi, so...
That's fine. Ramiro, Fawn, and Vutha, you hear the commotion out front.
You hear Luna screaming Triss.
Yeah, Vutha was already up front. She was just taking care of.
Oh, gotcha,
Death
gotcha.
Knight.
Yeah, you
but-
hear. This is at the gate, so you would hear this. And do you go and investigate?
Yeah, I'm doing
Fawn's actually in the
"What
archery
hell?"
range.
I think you'd still hear it down below. Like,
Oh yeah. If you don't hear June, you would definitely hear Luna.
The bard, the singer who can throw her voice.
this
Yeah.
is very audible.
Who's this?
There's a flurry of questions pouring out of June's mouth, all related to, how did you do it? How did you come back? Why do you look so different? How did you do that thing with your holy symbol? That's so amazing. How did you? Oh,
Luna,
this is so
cover your
cool.
mouth. Cover your mouth. And then...
June, come. June. You kind of see her touch her head like she knew the name, but she didn't know the name. It just came out.
How? Who are
Luna
you?
reaches over to Triss 2.0, since we don't know the name yet, touches both her sides of her face, and kisses her.
Oh, Luna. Personal
Kiss her
space.
what?
cheek.
Oh, okay. That's what I thought you said.
We-
Luna. Oh,
Do you remember anything?
I remember drowning. I remember chains. I remember. She's going to then lean forward, get on her knees, and just like prostrate herself in front of you,
In front of me?
in front of everybody.
Hmm.
I'm sorry. I thought if I kept you in the dark, I could protect you.
Again.
Okay.
Who
Yeah.
are you?
Re-up detect thoughts and see if I can get in your head and find out what's going on.
Fawn is coming up from down below with a few javelins in his hand, shirtless.
He comes up and he sees Vutha just scratching her head going, "What the hell?"
And you see June basically standing with a redhead's head in his hands as he's looking into her eyes. As he's kind of knelt down and he's picked her up so he can look face to face with her, and you can tell he's in her brain at the moment.
You.
So what? Did we pick up another stray?
Apparently.
What
It's
June's
Triss.
gonna
I think that's
What
a.
June's
It's
gonna
Triss.
what June's
What?
gonna hear in his head from is that I know what you're doing, June, and I'll explain everything.
Does Luna still have the necklace? Because she's going to show everybody if she does the broken necklace.
It's
No,
in my
I
hand.
think,
It's in her
broken
hand.
anymore.
Like she said,
Yeah,
Pat
she's
said she
gotta
took
get
it.
Yeah.
rid of it.
Beatrice's hand.
It's the same voice, right?
Show us the
It's-
necklace.
Luna, quickly with you.
Not as hard. It's not a hard voice.
Yeah. Luna, quickly with you. You feel a nice, warm touch of a hand on your shoulder. And then you feel another one, a presence that you don't recognize, but Claire, you recognize this glowing warmth, this love that emanates from the left side of Trissa's shoulder, or Luna's shoulder, sorry. And then it disappears. And you hear Luna, keep on loving.
I stand
At
up.
the point where you kind of said in June's head, "I know what you're doing, but I'll explain." At that point, he just kind of releases her face and just flops onto his back.
So,
I'm
Not
sorry.
nothing. but are you really Trissa, or are they just all going insane?
Show him the necklace.
I'll stand up. That's a complicated question to answer. But if you want the honest truth, Trissa is dead.
Good. Good to know that Warrior's death still means something.
She died a coward's death.
Correction. Cowards.
For a proper
You're
introduction.
not Trissa, but you are, but you aren't.
My name.
Oh,
My
Romero, shut the fuck up.
My name is Claire Masgard.
And,
I'm
God.
the original Trissa.
And on that note, we will end tonight's session on a happy note.
Yay.
Good.